Because on this day,
What's his name? Kurt Hammett's birthday.
Kurt Hammett.
Kirk.
Kirk Hammett.
Kirk.
He is 58.
From Metallica.
Yes.
I was just looking up that song, just some information about it. So it's on their fifth album, which is creatively named Metallica. And it says here that it evolved from a guitar riff that Hammett wrote after being inspired by Soundgarden's 1989 album Louder Than Love. It was he really liked the riff, and they kind of put the music together. But then they said, he and Lars said, just sounds too catchy. It's too catchy.
It is catchy.
It's too catchy to
It's
be one of
very
our
catchy.
songs. We got to do something because it's just it's got too many, hooks in it. And they don't like doing stuff like that. They like doing dense, complex, And so said, I know, we'll leave the catchy part of it because I kind of like it, but let's make it a song that's really dark when the lyrics are really dark. So we'll make the lyrics dark. That's what they agreed on. And it's like and I'm not a huge Metallica fan, so I don't know, but it says here that it's probably one of the simpler songs.
Yeah, for
on
sure.
on that record. It's and out of many of their songs, it's it's kind of child stuff.
Kirk overcame his drug addiction with comic books.
He started smoking them. It was really, he was doing crack, but he decided, I'm going to smoke some comic books. See what that.
He was doing a lot of drugs because he thought they were fun, and when he was trying to get off of them,
he
pivoted.
You said he thought drugs were fun. You know what?
Yeah.
He was right. He was right about that.
He said now I spend all of the money I used to spend on drugs on comic books.
Well, it'd give you a hell of a lot of comic books, wouldn't it?
It's an equally addictive substance, as you
Yeah.
can see by my back wall.
However,
Exhibit
if you had
A, Kerry Jackson's basement.
If you had the amount of money that it took to buy, cocaine, and just pivoted that to comic books, I think there probably wouldn't be enough comic books to buy.
Well, what you'd do is you'd start searching out rare ones.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Good collectible stuff, yeah.
See, like that issue of Avengers up there where it's the first time the Vision ever shows up.
Mm-hmm.
It's the origin of the Vision. See, that's a replica. That's not a
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not a real first edition.
That's one I'd look for that one. And next to that, the first appearance of Iron Man, Tales of Suspense, that's a replica.
How much would an original one cost?
That would be, wow, 100,000 maybe.
Well, yeah, you could buy a lot of cocaine for that too.
Exactly.
No, Bill Carey doesn't have a cocaine addiction because he has comic books.
Yeah.
It's one or the other. You can't.
No, actually,
you can't
see, I have the replicas so that I can afford my cocaine.
The cocaine.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of that, I yesterday applied for my medical marijuana card.
Ooh.
It's quite an interesting process to do.
Is
this.
it now?
Yeah. Maybe we ought to go into it in some depth, if not today, coming up. But getting your medical marijuana card is there's a lot of stupid stuff you have to do.
Like what? Give us one example of a stupid thing.
You can't, for instance, you cannot say, this is who my doctor is that will, because the doctors who are, that can prescribe medical marijuana in Utah, they also have to go through this process of, filling out all kinds of forms and all of that to be on a special list so that they can be cannabis providers. But you can't go in there and say, this is my doctor, he's the one I would like to be prescribing this for me. You just have to say, I would like to get a medical marijuana card, and then a doctor will select you.
Why does that matter?
I'm not sure, but I think it might have something to do with some twisted idea of they don't want, like, certain doctors to become, or certain doctors, to become, well, that's part of it, and become He's the cannabis guy. Go pick him.
Go see him.
Yeah, he'll always prescribe for you. I think that's what. So I'm talking to my doctor about this. I said, what do I do? And he said, okay, you have to go and fill out because he's certified and he has to recertify all the time. But he says, so if you go in and fill out the forms, let me know when you've submitted your form. Then I go in and I select you. And then
That's
and then
weird. That
and
seems
then
like
once-
extra unnecessary steps.
I know. Then once I've selected you, then they will allow you to finish filling out the form and pay
Jesus.
them and pay the fee.
I see what they're trying to do, because in California, I know it's very easy to get a doctor to give you a
Yeah.
prescription for medical marijuana. I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it a little bit more difficult, but the description that you just gave me is making it more difficult than it needs to be.
Well, and then there are steps after that
Even
still
after
increase
that,
the
there's
difficulty.
more. Jesus,
It increased the difficulty.
it's
so,
ridiculous.
Yeah,
and-
because if your doctor is the one prescribing it, he knows why you're getting it and what
Right.
you. I mean, it would seem like that's.
You know what this sounds like? Big government stepping in between me and my doctor is what this sounds like. That's
Well,
a
they want to
Republican
know. They
talking
just
point.
they want to know. They want to know that you have been diagnosed by a doctor, and the doctor feels this is the proper course of treatment for you. Rather than you just going in and saying, "Oh, I want that doctor because I heard he'll prescribe to anybody." Which you can do right now with opiates.
Exactly.
So I know that doctor. He'll prescribe to any. That's what they're trying to avoid here. Is these known doctors who will, set
Dr.
you-
Feelgood.
Yeah. And
Bill,
then
it's Governor Herbert has warned us about Dr. Feelgood.
Hey,
Hey,
pasa.
que pasa? Can I get my
let me
doobie for
find
the
that
day?
here.
Let me get
'Cause
my
I think
doobie.
I think he even names the doctor in that, doesn't he? Let me find
Dr.
it.
Dr. Feelgood. Yeah.
Here we go. All right.
But I'm not interested in having Dr. Feelgood out there say, yeah, que pasa, here's your doobie for the day, and
They're all
you'll feel
Mexican,
better.
of course.
That's probably not where I want to go.
They're all Mexican. Those
All
those
those
doctors. Those doctors who will just give you a doobie anytime you want. It's those Mexican doctors. Que pasa?
Hey.
What the
You
hell
can
is?
see him doing this. Hey, que pasa?
What the hell was that about?
I don't know.
Well, you remember he caught a little flack for it, as much
Yes,
as you
he
can. Being a Republican in Utah, he caught a little bit of flack for it.
That's true. He did. So anyway,
So
I'll,
when we coming over to party, Bill? When's the party?
Yeah.
I'll tell you more
pasa?
about it as the process goes along. But they gave me a whole. I downloaded this whole thing too about the kind of the dangers of medical marijuana and what you have to be careful for. It can cause vomiting. You can vomit if you. I don't know.
Again, you're talking about something that is not even nearly as dangerous as opiates.
No,
you know.
but all of the talking points and the warning points are very similar to what you would get with a more dangerous drug. They talk about it. You can get very addicted to this, so don't think you can't get addicted to it, and a lot of other stuff.
It's
So,
not
anyway.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
so it's
boy.
going to be fascinating. I've never been to a dispensary either. I've never been to a cannabis dispensary, and so
Well, now you'd be able to go to the ones here in the state, right?
Yeah.
With the card.
yeah, there's one fairly close to my house. I've noticed, and so we'll see what that's all. I'll walk you through the process as I walk through it, and we'll see what goes on here. But we probably ought to officially begin the show.
Yeah. Let's.
If you want to check in with us, maybe you know something about the medical marijuana. I'm just dipping my toe in the water right now. I don't know. Maybe you're fully submerged in THC.
right now.
You're soaking in it.
Yeah. Give us a call, 877-602-9696, 877-602-9696. That's the number to call and check in with the Radio from Hell show as we begin our morning. We like to do a few check-ins just to make sure that you're out there and ready for a show. Anything we need to be aware of, let us know. 877-602-9696.
The new
Carrie, you're close. You know, the closest of all of us to toys. I mean,
Yes.
you're surrounded by them.
Like
And-
physically, right now, you're.
Yeah. So the Toy Hall of Fame,
Yes.
they've announced their inductees for this year. One of these I don't even know, and one of them I'm not sure why it's classified as a toy. So the National Toy Hall of Fame in New York announced this year's inductees are the classic doll Baby Nancy. Do you know Baby Nancy, Gina?
It's just one of those, baby dolls that have been around forever. It's just one of the first and earliest, and it's just been a mainstay.
I think the only doll I could really say. Oh, Betsy Wetsy. I remember
Baby
Betsy
Nancy
Wetsy.
is the reason it's her. She's a black baby doll.
Oh,
That's why that was
Okay.
of note.
and then Jenga. Now that's a game. Mm-hmm. So I guess that classifies as a toy.
Sure.
But then the other one is sidewalk chalk. Now how is that? I don't.
It's
It's
I
a
mean,
toy, it's-
you don't necessarily. I mean, what the classification of toy is. It's hard to say. I think it's anything that keeps your kids occupied,
Yeah.
and that dates back to,
Hopscotch.
even further. I mean, further caveman times. I mean,
That's. Ugh, want sidewalk chalk. So the toys that didn't, there were 12 finalists. Here are the ones that didn't make the cut. Bingo,
Bingo hasn't been in there yet.
not yet. What? Now, you might know what this is, Gina. Briar horses.
I used to collect them. They're my favorite. I love Briar horses.
They didn't make the cut. Light Bright, Masters of the Universe,
Yes.
My Little Pony, Risk. There's Master of the Universe right there. Carrie's got it at x96.com/live.
Oh, He-Man.
Skeletor,
I'm not in the Hall of Fame yet.
Of course, neither's He-Man. Sorry, the game Sorry, Tamagotchi, and Yahtzee. Mm-hmm. Oh, Baby Nancy, created in 1968, became the best-selling black doll in Los Angeles by the end of the year.
Yeah,
So-
Briar horses were that's all I wanted for my birthday and Christmas because they were like Carrie collects his toys. Like the new ones would come out, and there were ones that were hard to find.
How many do you
and-
have? How many did you have?
Oh, I probably had 30 or 40 of them.
And where are they now?
I don't know.
Why?
They're probably in a box in Mary Claire's garage, probably. But
Don't you want to go dig them up? And,
yes, now I want to. So they had there will be famous horses, like famous race horses,
Seabiscuit.
or famous horses from TV and movies.
Mr.
you
Red.
could get. Yeah,
Flicka.
or they were just breeds. Like, you try to collect all the breeds.
Appaloosa.
and- Yes,
Palomino.
yes.
Pinto.
I had a whole bookshelf with. Oh, I loved them.
Now they have wheels, or
No, they're
so you could drive
horses.
them around. Well, yeah, but you want to be able to
No, you do. Like
pretend that they're galloping.
Yeah.
Were they on little stands, like rearing up in the air?
Sometimes those were special ones, but they were easier to play with if they weren't on the stands.
Now, because people have asked me, not just you guys, but have asked me before about this Toy Hall of Fame thing, and as I recall, I'm not for sure, but as I recall, it's only been together about just a few years that they've done the Toy Hall of Fame, and that's why some of these, the ones that you would think should be
Obvious,
in there,
yeah.
should be in there, and they, for some reason, only induct 3 a year in, which that's seems kind of an arbitrary.
Yeah, I don't know why are these. Let's see. Here's the Toy Hall of Fame home. Here are toys inducted by year.
Ball and a cup? Is ball and a cup in there?
Let me see. Well, the first year that they did this is
Stick in a hoop? What about the hoop and the stick?
1998. So it's been around for a while.
Yeah. But they only induct like 3 a year in.
Well,
or something like
that first year they did like 10. I don't know why. Then the number goes down. In 2001, there were only 2 things inducted: Silly Putty and Tonka trucks. Let's see, what was last year? Last year was coloring books,
Okay.
Magic the Gathering, and
Wait a
Matchbox
minute.
Cars.
You have Magic the Gathering before you have bingo? That doesn't make any sense.
I hate to break it to you, Gina, but Magic the Gathering is one of the biggest selling games
I know, but
on
don't
the
you,
planet right now. So
But don't you start with, where we started? You
Well,
start with ball and a cup and bingo.
Well,
I
and
agree with you. I
Coloring
agree with you.
books.
I mean, number one, the first place they started was, playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies. That's where,
That's number one.
that's number one.
That should be.
Yeah.
Makes sense. You save Magic
yeah.
the Gathering for
Exactly.
several years down the road.
Magic the Gathering is similar to playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies, but not exactly the same.
All right, 6:21. Let's get this over with.
We'll officially begin the show here. Then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. And I believe on the line, waiting to speak with us, is Victoria. We read Victoria's email this week. She's probably going to become our new correspondent for the Real Housewives of Salt Lake. And we'll meet her along with you after we officially begin the show.
Do like the locals, drink responsibly and stay safe by limiting your social gatherings to just 5 Wives. On shelves and on sale now. Also find 5 Wives vodka, gifts, and other spirits at their new distillery in historic Ogden. Learn more at ogdensown.com.
The moon is a waxing crescent moon, 15.1% of full. Waxing means it's moving toward being a full moon. The moon will rise today at 11:16 a.m. Today being Wednesday, it's the 18th day of November in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And this is day 233 of the Don't You Aerosolize Around Me, You Mindless Bastard broadcast. And it's also day 63 to a kinder, gentler government with Biden and Harris. Even though Burgess Owens is lurking in the corner, it still should be better.
Yes, he called us all Marxists yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Did he now?
Yes.
Yeah, we're all Marxists.
This is the Radio from Hell show, the Marxists of morning radio. We are the Lords of morning radio. Kerry Jackson, comrade. Gina Barberi, comrade. I'm Comrade Bill Allred. Our comrade producer is in the studio doing her Marxist producing of the Radio from Hell show. Her name is Katie, for short. And also in the producer's booth, we have a couple of pinkos, I'm sure. Skip and Miriam. Good morning, comrades. Now we go to your check-ins. I'm excited to talk to Victoria.
All right, well, let's start there. Let's go to Victoria.
Good morning.
I am the early bird. I get all the worms. That's what we call a housewife's tagline.
I was going to say that's exactly what you're doing.
Really? That's you know this show, I guess.
I do. And I will say I have zero intent of trying to convince you of anything. I'm just happy to share my enthusiasm for the show and, and it gets you guys, just inform you, because I know some of your listeners will really, really appreciate it. And along the way, I think maybe you'll learn something about the franchise that might be interesting. Mm-hmm. And then you don't have to do the dirty work. I'm happy to do it for you.
And I have heard from gay friends of the program who were very upset that we are not embracing this. So, I don't want to be on the outs with our gays. So, Victoria, you're going to help us with that, I think.
I absolutely will. And you're right. That is a huge part of the fan base of the Housewives, but it's very complicated. That's what I wanted to emphasize, too, because I could tell you guys were not into this. You were super annoyed, and I thought I can help out with this. And if I can help you help your listeners, then we all win.
All right. Yeah.
don't know.
I if you can we don't have to like it, but we can understand it.
No,
is what-
no, and honestly, I embrace that and I invite it because that's what I appreciate too. What you guys do is we can just talk about stuff and learn more. And I know we're both going to walk away and not agree, but I just think it could be interesting.
All right.
Now, Victoria, you're an attorney, is that correct?
Yeah, so and I'm licensed in Wisconsin and Nevada, and I work for the state of Nevada. I work for I do work with criminal justice policy for the state and work on gathering, collecting data. So I work with every aspect of criminal justice and criminal law. But I'm a lawyer, but I'm not a traditional practicing lawyer.
I got you. So I'm excited to do this. You know, only one thing I know about Real Housewives of anything is some time ago, our friend Paulette in New York went crazy because she ran into this woman on the street whose name is Kelly Ben Simone.
Oh,
And
Kelly Ben Simone. I can tell you about her. Yes.
She was a Real Housewife of New York. And Paulette
she was crazy. Yes.
Yeah, was she crazy? She's just a strikingly
yeah.
beautiful woman. Not like one
She
of
is.
these. She's not one of these fake-looking. Yes, Carrie.
And speaking of Paulette and your opening tagline, Victoria, here is Paulette's
In New York.
Real
Oh,
Housewives tagline. It's, "I'm not insulting you, I'm describing you."
So anyway, this Kelly Ben Simone. I mean,
Yeah.
Paulette said, "Here's her Instagram," and I went and looked at her on Instagram, and I still follow her on Instagram just because every once in a while she pops up, and I go, "That's a strikingly beautiful woman."
Good for you. Good for you. See, we're open-minded. We can learn.
Well, and she's a real estate agent, I guess. But that's
Okay, so
I didn't know that.
what day is the show on then?
today.
It's on Wednesdays, and
It's Wednesday nights.
I agree. I agree. Fridays are the best day because I will say, as being a true fan, and if we're going to talk about it, that gives me time to watch it twice, and then which I totally embrace.
It's a good idea.
Okay, all right.
All right. Well,
And then-
you've got
and then
you've got
Fridays are
you've got Katie's info, and you can coordinate that, and we'll have that happen on Friday.
We'll let you know what time
Excellent.
and how much time you'll have and all of that. Okay.
Cool.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
All right,
Victoria.
Victoria. All right. Well, I feel better just after hearing her, and
Yeah.
I feel better about this.
Our consultant will be happy with us that we're embracing
Follow
this.
Kelly Ben Simone on Instagram.
Our consultant and our gays apparently will be happy now.
yes.
So
And sometimes they're one and the same.
sometimes
Yes.
No, that has happened. Yes. Logan.
Hi, Logan.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Are you excited
how are
to find
you?
out more about the Real Housewives of Salt Lake?
Well, I'm kind of upset. I don't understand the vetting process, but I thought I was going to be the consultant.
Well, you didn't offer it up, Logan. We didn't know you were interested.
No idea. Yeah.
You guys probably didn't get the email because I put it under my pseudonym. That's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm
Sorry about that then.
All right. Well, Logan, thanks for checking in with us. Nice to hear from you.
Thank you, guys.
All right,
But
Logan.
I just wanted to ask Bill, how much longer for you, I guess, you have in the process of being able to be approved for your medical marijuana license here in Utah?
Well, I don't know. I just filled it out yesterday. It has to then be, my doctor has to accept it and fill out part of it. Then it comes back to me, and I have to pay. And I think it's not much money to get the card. It's like, I think it's $15 or something. But you get the card, and then, but you have to be approved by a board of somebody's. There are people who look over your application and go, "Oh, geez, I don't know. You know who that is?"
So it's not
don't you?"
just based on
No.
your doctor's recommendation?
No.
So you might not get it, Bill. They might see Bill
maybe.
Allred and go, that drug-taking hippie, we're not going to give him.
Well, we'll see.
All right.
We'll see.
Thank
how
you,
it goes.
Logan.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Logan.
Logan.
No, you
All
guys
right.
are welcome. Have a good day.
Very much.
Bye.
And Sean, I'm sorry we are out of time, unable to get to you.
A lot of people are upset about it because you have to enter all of your pertinent personal information into a state database, and people
Yeah.
don't like that idea. But I
It
did
is. All right. Traffic, please.
Things are good so far. I have nothing as far as UDOT's concerned or as far as you're concerned. Nobody sent anything in via text at 33986. But that's what you do. If you see something and it's safe for you to let us know, just go ahead and send that in. Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $59. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We've got full strength. No, it's must go. Things that must go coming up, along with Big Boy News. So stand by for that. X96. Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the haunted house near you, he's the guy who chased you out at the end. He wears.
I was scared.
He wears the hockey mask and threatens you with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
He is Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah. How are you? You're the little girl who wet her pants last time, aren't you?
You scare me every time, James.
Chainsaw Guy, it's good to see you. Of course, a lot of people know you as the guy who chases you out at the end of the haunted house with the chainsaw.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
And you've been very busy.
Yes, very busy. This is my big night.
But a lot of people don't know that Chainsaw Guy is also a very sensitive man, especially in the ways of love and relationships.
Thank you. And I am a licensed sex therapist.
Now, when
Sex therapy?
when you are when you're doing your sessions, do you wear the mask? Or do you take it off ever?
The mask never comes off. I do change the jumpsuit occasionally. You like the new one?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, well, I thought it was time for a new set of overalls, and so I got the bright orange like a prison inmate.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
It adds to the menace.
Thank you.
All right. Chainsaw Guy, we have... I believe we indulge her every year. Chainsaw Guy, we have on the line Tim. Tim is on the line who's desperately in need of some of your love advice. Tim, go ahead and tell Chainsaw Guy exactly what's going on and ask your question when you're finished.
Sure, Chainsaw Guy. Well, my question is, I'm in a relationship with a girl named Audrey right now, and everything's going swimmingly with her. She's great. The problem is with her mother. Her whole family is all LDS and very LDS, and I'm very not LDS.
Yes.
Her mother naturally has a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, Tim, I think I think, and I don't think it is. I think it's sorry. I don't think it is something. I had this and again, and then mother and daughter, they can take both of their outfits, but you assemble their children. A lot of nuts on the turn and a curry on top, and I take the person over, and I say the vinegar, and then I end up doing both.
So there you go, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I left out the part where, Chainsaw Guy has his chainsaw with him. It's all a key
It's a pulling.
part of the... it's a pulling. Yes, it is a pulling. Catherine...
I'll get rid of a Huckleberry.
I don't blame you. Catherine, Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your question?
All right. I'm curious because I've been dating this guy
Yeah?
a couple weeks.
Are you bi-curious?
Are you bi-curious is what he's asking?
That's what I said. Are you bi-curious?
No. I'm just curious because he keeps on saying that he wants to just love me to pieces.
Oh.
And I just don't know if I should let him do that because it kind of creeps me out.
Uh-huh. Well...
So, Chainsaw Guy, what should Catherine do?
Well, Catherine, all you do is, the first of the Lord, is to get a refrigerated truck, and then you do it in the thing. And then, the second on the line, piece by piece, all the way, and then you turn, and then, I kind of get a little bit, and then, you just walk him, and then, you will walk further, and then he can love more of you in more places.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helped. Are we done, Gina?
one more.
I'm always up, although I'm very busy. I've got
He does have to go and sharpen the chainsaw blade.
Just one more.
All right.
What do you mean? It's not a chainsaw blade. It's a chain, you idiot.
Yeah. Brittany,
Hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your... tell us about your situation and then ask Chainsaw Guy what to do.
I have this friend that we've been friends for a long time, and I have a crush on him, and I just met his new girlfriend, and he wants me to honestly tell him what I think of her, and I can't stand her, and I want to tell him how I feel, but I just don't know. Chainsaw Man, what should I do?
Well, I think I know. And then go first. So you get a girlfriend, and then you go ahead and you have a girlfriend. So what do you do is tell about it here, what you think about it. And then you go home, and then I think I have no more parts to marry. And then if you think I don't like it, or then you want to say, and then I think, the color is end up in a three-way.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Brittany, thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I go now? I've got a lot of people to scare.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Chainsaw Guy.
Are they performing now?
All right, yes. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chainsaw Guy. It's just amazing he makes time on Halloween.
Look at that. He's out the door. Look at that.
There he goes.
There he goes. Orange jumpsuit, his pulling chainsaw. There he
Hockey
goes.
mask.
For another year, gone.
Glad he got rid of the Husqvarna.
Yeah.
It's not as scary as a pulling because they're higher pitched.
Yeah. I remember when he started, all he could afford was an eager beaver.
Sorry, I'm having a bit of a computer glitch here. All right. Okay. All right, we do have things that must go coming up. Stand by for that. But first, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Tim Dolly Auto Group, the home of the forever warranty on all new and select used vehicles at Tim Dolly Infinity, Tim Dolly Ford, and all 3 Tim Dolly Nissan locations.
Well, good news. I mean, the big award shows, and of course the Pornhub Awards, are coming up, and I know people eagerly look forward to the Pornhub Awards. And
I have
it's
a party,
great.
invite people over to watch them.
They're the watch parties are very popular, and it's gonna be great this year because the host will be John Waters.
Perfect.
John Waters, legendary director, he says that he considers it an act of patriotism to host this show. He says, good filth on demand is what we all need to stay home and be sexually safe and socially distanced in this obscene pandemic. Giving a Pornhub award seems like a civic duty to me. Real Housewives of New York City star Leah McSweeney will also present at the awards, airing live on a site December 15th. And in other news, showbiz news, Michael J. Fox says he's retiring from acting again. There's a time and place for everything, and my time of putting in a 12-hour workday and memorizing 7 pages of dialogue is best behind me, he says. At least for now, I've entered a second retirement. This could change because everything changes, but this is the end of my acting career. If this is the end of my acting career, so be it. He's, of course, been struggling with Parkinson's disease for many years now. And he said, I'm experiencing a mental decline as well as a physical decline because of that. Coronavirus briefing. Good news, bad news. Pfizer says that it will work with Rhode Island, Texas, New Mexico, and Tennessee to refine plans for delivering and administering its vaccine in December.
Great.
Looks
What's
like
the bad news?
It's going to be in December. And some really good news on virus immunity. While the world is wrapped up in the promising news of Moderna's vaccine as well, which, by the way, Dolly Parton contributed or funded. I guess she invested would probably be the best way to put it. She invested a lot of money in Moderna toward developing this coronavirus vaccine. But they say that their vaccine is also very, very close to approval, and both of those companies are talking about rolling them out in December, and starting to vaccinate those people who are on the front lines. And that's good news. The bad news is we're seeing more and more instances or evidence that social distancing and being in small crowds as opposed to large crowds is not doing anything. And as a matter of fact, people are getting coronavirus now in small groups. Well, while they're wearing masks.
No groups. You stay with the people you live with, and that's it.
Yeah. It's now. People have felt relatively safe, going to, as I said, I have felt relatively safe. I go to the pharmacy. I have to go to the pharmacy today, but I keep my distance from people. Everyone's wearing a mask.
I mean, that's different. Going and doing errands like that is different. They're talking about gathering in small. If you go to the pharmacy, you're in and out in 10 minutes, and that's not the same thing.
Yeah, that's true. Not hanging around.
No, that's not what they're talking about.
Like if you're going to spend an hour shopping at Costco, that may be a different matter.
Yeah.
So.
Or if you say, I'm going to get together with 5 friends and we're all going to have masks and we'll be fine. Yeah, probably shouldn't do that.
And also the distancing thing, people have really never, to my experience, have followed.
Mm-hmm.
Unless there's dots on the floor where you stand in a line, they just don't.
Now, let me read you this. This is I think this may be a good place to do this. Is that we had an email from someone who. Oh, now don't tell me it's disappeared from my feed.
He went to a Halloween party, so not that long ago. It's only the 18th of November.
We read it yesterday. He went to a Halloween party thinking, everything will be okay. And now he's a friend of the program. His name is Derek, and he sent us an email about it, and he's now in the hospital with coronavirus. I got another email from him. I sent an email of interest a day or two ago. I'm not sure if it was read, because he's in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sending an update. My first email detailed how I attended an intimate family Halloween party of 6 only to end up with COVID. As I write you, it's late Tuesday night, so last night. I had just checked into the ICU early Sunday morning. This has been an emotionally draining period. I stopped wearing the clothes I came in with, mostly because my body has decided it's a good idea to void its bowels whenever it wants.
Oh, geez.
Suddenly, these robes that don't fully close in the back, when you see people wearing, are the butt of all the jokes in the hospitals. Now they make sense to me. I understand why we have them. After I checked into the ICU, I started having hallucinations. One night it rained indoors inside my room. Hallucination.
Wow.
Another night I stayed up talking to my assistant, who took down a bunch of notes, little things that I wanted her to take care of for me after I died from COVID. Those moments felt so real. My assistant wasn't there. Since I've been working with the wonderfully patient nurses, the hallucinations have stopped. I've been sick with COVID since November 3rd. The doctor said if I didn't come into the emergency room, I would have died, but I'm fighting, and it hurts.
Wow.
Let me say this again. All it takes is one person. For me, that was my brother who got me sick at our small family gathering. I know you're being safe this Thanksgiving, but let me tell you, there are no guarantees, and you might end up in the ICU, or you might get your mom sick, it's just not worth the risk. Same goes for Christmas. It's not worth the risk. All it takes is one person to take you down, and it's going to happen. If it's going to happen, it's probably going to be a family member. I'll mail again and see if there's any progress. Feel free to use my first name only, Derek.
All right.
So there you go.
That's just, wow.
Yeah, that's what's happening with coronavirus.
Well,
wow.
Yeah, if you could write him back, Bill, since he's not listening, so he knows that we're thinking about him. And
I will. One other quick story here. How about... Donald Trump. That'll cheer us all up. CNN has reported that Donald Trump's fired the director of Homeland Security Agency that had rejected the president's election conspiracy theories. This is a guy who's, in Homeland Security. I think he was a Trump hire.
He was. He was a Trump appointee.
His name is Chris Krebs, mm-hmm. and he ran the cyber arm of the Department of Homeland Security. And he said, I expected to be fired because I told the president There is no evidence, zero evidence of any voter fraud.
Not only that, he said these are the most secure elections we've ever had, is what he said.
So that made Trump really angry when he kept saying that, and so he's been fired. Whereas he's keeping Rudy Giuliani on the payroll. Apparently Rudy Giuliani wants $20,000 a day to go on TV in Trump's defense and act like an insane human being, a crazy man.
Yeah. And I guess the trial that Giuliani was at yesterday, he really made a fool of himself.
Yeah,
I was
awful.
following that.
I watched some of it, and he was awful. $20,000 a day, that's what he wants.
Good job, Rudy.
All right. That's it.
Sports weather traffic.
Could Utah BYU actually play a football game this year?
You mean
They
together?
against each other? Yes.
Okay.
They weren't supposed to, but there are talks happening. They're saying in these trying times, couldn't we all use a good BYU? Yeah, and I would agree that would be a nice distraction. They're talking about it a few days after Thanksgiving, so we'll keep an eye on that. Also, it looks like the Utes are going to be able to play on Saturday. So far, so good. They will have to have their complete numbers of eligible players by tomorrow, I think. So looking good, though, for that. Weather, really warm today. 65 for a high today. Then tonight, it will change drastically. We'll drop about 20 degrees in high temperature by tomorrow. Only a high of 49 and a slight chance of rain. Traffic, we've got nothing. I've got green cameras on the UDOT website. And let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent us anything. I see nothing there. If you see something and it's safe for you to let us know, please text it to us, 33986.
All right. We're going to do things that must go coming up here, but also at just after 7 o'clock, we got Ask an Advocate.
Ask a lawyer.
Ask a lawyer.
Yeah, you hear us talk about the advocates, and you can call them up to find out if you have a case. Well, you could do that right here on the radio if you'd like. You can ask an advocate, ask a lawyer, 877-602-9696, or email us a question for the lawyer.
Yeah,
just email it to radiofromhell@x96.com.
All right. Right now, things that must go, brought to you by
Losing weight, getting in shape, try Built Bar. Built Bar, low calorie, low sugar, high protein, best tasting protein bar, BuiltBar.com. Use the promo code X20.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
These are things that are just bugging the hell out of you. You can't stand it anymore. You will have no more of it. And so you put it in an email. That's how you deal with it. You put it in an email. This must go. And you
Why
send
are you
it
so
to
aggressive about this?
Well, because that's how you feel when things must go. So you put it in an email and you send it to Radio from Hell and you say, there. Now it's out of my life. And if we read it on the air, might make you feel better. Huh?
He's right, Gina. This feature is not called "I'd like you to leave, please."
Yes, it's things that must go. Thank you,
Would
Carrie.
you mind telling?
Would you mind getting out of here? So anyway, go ahead, Carrie. Why don't you start with
okay.
Moscow's?
Just on a personal note, before I get to the two official ones, things that must go. Having to search the internet for Ripley's heart medicine.
Oh, that's not easy
your
to
dog,
get.
Your
There's
little dog.
There's a countrywide shortage, and my dog's cardiologist only has so much, and she has to spread it out with all of her patients, and so we can only get so much. Also, that we have to give her pills in the morning and at night every day for the rest of her life, and she hates the pill pockets. And even if you wrap it up in a piece of ham, she will find the pill. She just knows. All right. Let's see, this one from, no name on it, so here we go. Here are my very privileged things that must go. I work with quite a few people in Europe. Often they have to stay late to schedule meetings during the U.S. workday. I don't think that it's fair, so I've offered to meet them as early as 5 a.m. with them, although I prefer 6 or 7 a.m. The must go, when someone tries to schedule a meeting at 3:30 a.m., like, I get it. Scheduling meetings can be rough, but when you reschedule it at 1 a.m. for me to meet at 3:30 a.m., that just isn't happening. Okay. And finally, my dog's bum leg. We've had 2 surgeries so far, one corrective, one snapped ACL. and now she's limping on it again, and I'm worried it will call for surgery. I'm lucky, I'm working, I can pay these bills, afford appointments and x-rays to look at it, but the thought of putting her through that again is just too much. Make the pain in limping her leg go. Well, if she had Bill's medical marijuana card, maybe.
There you go.
Let's see. Hello, Lords and Katie. What must go? Driving to work as a high school zoology teacher and being unable to pull over immediately to, excuse me, with the platypus discussion from yesterday. My head nearly exploded. Platypuses are mammals, furry, and produce milk for their young, but are in a special order of weirdos called monotremes that lay eggs. I will stop myself from going full-on nerd and describing their physiology any more than that. The fact that their snout looks like a duck's bill is superficial and a case of convergent evolution due to their eating strategy. Which brings me to, oh my God, the spoonbill. The spoonbill is a bird, specifically a species of ibis. The glowy bits their skin and fur produce is a bioluminescent protein. We don't know why yet, but it's recently been discovered that possums also glow under UV. Wow. Avatar wasn't wrong. And last, I swear, male platypuses do have venomous spurs on their hind legs, so no snuggling with them. They're a weird, weird animal, and I love them so much.
All right.
Oh, Vanessa, thank you.
Gina?
Let's see. When I can't figure out things that must go. When I can't figure out the shows Carrie's drops are from, you need a catalog. Right now, I'm currently dying at the Irish sex addict drop. I finally figured out all the drops from the Baroness von Sketch show. Thanks for letting me listen.
The Scottish show is called Game Face, and it's on Hulu.
It's hilarious. People who water their lawn in November must go.
Yes.
People who speak extremely loud into the speaker at a drive-thru. The cashier can hear you just fine. You don't have to yell. Let's see. Good morning, and thank you for letting me listen. Anyone over the age of 12 wearing a onesie in public must go. Katie would like to comment on this one. Katie says onesies are awesome, and I will probably wear my Triceratops onesie anywhere. No one is too old for a onesie. That comes from Katie. And this from Buddy. What must go? That seaman recruit E1 status must go after they finish boot camp. Navy personnel should be promoted to seaman apprentice E2 right away.
Yeah.
This is for Festus. And also another Festus thing that must go. Festus's Gunsmoke name. After he finishes medic training, we should give him a new name. We should start calling him Doc. Stay groovy. Buddy.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. This one says, hello, Lords of Morning Radio. I have only one thing that must go today because it's when I'm drinking any beverage from a cup, especially ice-cold water, and it catches in my mustache and pours down my shirt. I don't need to look like I just participated in a wet T-shirt contest. Jeez. Well, listen, lady, if you trim your mustache, it says, as always, thanks for letting me listen. And if you want to use my name, it's okay. It's Adam. This one says, good morning, Lords and Ladies of Morning Radio. I have only one thing that must go. Tax dollars should no longer be spent providing politicians health care and leaving Americans to go broke. I am by no means worse off than most people in the state. I've been lucky enough to have a job through this mess. Even what would be considered a decent-paying job is not enough when you add cancer into the mix.
Mm-hmm.
They have been in D.C. fighting over health care for citizens because they're not affected. And what he means by this is that they have health care.
Yeah.
I would like to know what makes them better than the rest of us. It's not like they're doing their jobs anyway. If anyone else did their jobs with the productivity that Congress moves at, they would have been fired a long time ago. The only thing that they can vote on without complaining, abstaining, filibustering, or otherwise tacking on special interest motives is when they give themselves a raise. Thanks for letting me listen. Please keep this anonymous.
All right. Thank you very much.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Traffic.
Fender bender on I-15 southbound in Lehigh. It's approaching the SR-92 exit. Cars are on the right shoulder, and not too much traffic right now, so it's not causing any delays. That's the only incident I have. Friend of the program says Bangor Highway southbound between 54th and 47th South. Car accident, right lane. Thank you. They sent that in via text at 33986.
All right. Okay, it's 6:55 right now. We will take a break. We will be back, and right after this, Ask a Lawyer.
Yeah.
877-602-9696. You'll have this entire segment to talk to a lawyer for free.
Yeah, I mean, if you've been in an accident and you don't know what to do, you think you might have a case, you can call 877-602-9696 and talk, or email us, radiofromhell@x96.com if you want to do it a little more privately, and we'll ask the lawyer on your behalf, or any kind of a case. Whatever you want to ask him, you can. Coming up.
All right, right after these, KXRK Provo.
All of the Beat Gina topics have been specifically chosen for their relevance and entertainment value, and all of the answers have been thoroughly vetted and researched, and anyone who says different is itching for a fight. And now, let's welcome the host of Beat Gina. He's the sharp-witted and fashion-forward man of the hour, the one and only, because they broke the mold when they made him, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome, Kerry Jackson.
Thanks for coming up out of the basement to keep score with us.
You're welcome.
Every Thursday.
My pleasure.
All right, let's. We do have a full phone bank, but during the break we talked about who we're going to pick to be a contestant, and Gina has decided that Hank is going to be the contestant. Thanks for the other two people who called. We appreciate it. Hank said that if Gina beats him, that he will go to Squatters, just a block away from us.
Moochie's.
There, Moochie. Oh, was it Moochie's? I thought it was Squatters. Okay.
Moochie's, meatballs and more.
Several locations of Moochie's. Yes.
Several locations of Moochie's, meatballs and more.
All right. Well, thank you, Hank. All right,
Thank
Hank. The movie is Hocus Pocus. That's the trivia topic. And how we determine who goes first is a simple coin toss. So I would like you to tell me heads or tails, and I'll use the coin toss app to determine it.
Let's go heads.
Heads. All right, let's see what happens. All right, coin toss app says heads. You go first.
Oh,
All right.
man.
That gives you an advantage in the game, Hank. Here's how it works. Your question goes first. You get a chance to answer it exclusively with no interference. If you get it right, you get the point. If you get it wrong, Gina gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll go back and forth until we have somebody with 3 points. That will be the winner of the game. All right, here we go. Hank, here's your question.
The excitement is so thick you can cut it with a spoon.
Hank, what was the final ingredient for the life-sucking potion? What was the final ingredient for the life-sucking potion? Was it A, a chocolate coating? The chocolate coating makes it go down easier. B, eyes of newt. C, a bit thine own tongue. Or the final ingredient for the life-sucking potion, D, open the schools. Masks or muzzles. Do your research, sheeple.
Let's go B.
B, eyes of newt. Incorrect, Gina.
C.
C, a bit thine own tongue. There you go.
Well, the score is 1-0 for Gina, and Gina controls the question. A chance to sort of really command the game with this one.
All right, let's pick a good one here for Gina. All right, here we go. What do the sisters use to fly after their brooms are stolen? What do the sisters use to fly after their brooms are stolen? Was it A, a single-engine Piper Cub powered by a tremendous sense of self-satisfaction? B, a broom, a mop, and a vacuum? C, a Swiffer sweeper, a Swiffer wet jet, and a Swiffer duster? Product placement is key. Or D, took a cab?
That'd be B.
Oh, a broom, a mop, and a vacuum. Very good.
All right, it's 2-0 for Gina. Hank now controls the question. Hank has a chance to get back into the game with this one.
All right, Hank, let's go here. What was the name of the high school that Max and Allison attends? What was the name of the high school? Was it A, Rydell High School, B, Halloween Town High, C, East High, or D, Jacob Bailey High School?
Oh, man. Let's go B.
B, Halloween Town High?
Yeah.
That is incorrect, Gina.
Well, it's not Rydell, of course. That's the Grease High School. Everybody
Mm-hmm.
knows that. Is it D?
D, Jacob Bailey High School is correct, and by
This is
golly,
Well, it was a
easy.
sweep. I'm
Hey.
sorry,
Good job,
Hank. Sorry, Hank. You screwed the pooch, as they say.
Yeah. My bad.
0 points.
You guys are
What?
the best.
Oh, Hank, you're gonna go to Moochie's, right, and get some lunch, get some
Yes.
meatballs
Yes.
or more.
get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls, I'm telling you.
If you're
Delicious.
I'll try
if you're
those.
gonna do that,
They're
Hank, why don't
questionable,
we
but now I'll try them.
why don't we give you a tote bag so you have something to carry all your meatballs in? How about that?
Well, no, he's gonna.
Thank you, Gina.
Gina, he's going to go. He's going to go before he'll ever be able to get the tote back. I hope.
Well,
true.
there will be meatballs in the future that need
Yeah,
to be
that's
toted.
It's Thank
Thank you, guys.
It's often cloudy with a chance of meatballs. All right, I'm gone. Goodbye, Hank.
Oh,
Nice
Johnny.
hearing your voice, Hank.
Thank you,
and
Hank.
hang on the line, Hank, and I'm going to go away now.
We'll get you on hold, and you can. We'll get your information for the tote bag. Okay, 7:03 right now, and if you go online right now to x96.com, you can watch us broadcasting from our homes. See
Hello.
us. We have our cameras set up there. Katie there in the studio in Salt Lake City, making things go. And is this a sponsored feature? Do we have a?
It just
a disclaimer?
it's its own thing, is what
And
it
you got to
is.
play that little disclaimer thing.
Yeah, that little doohickey.
The following is a sponsored feature.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
It's the advocates, of course, personal injury attorneys, and we talk about them all the time. But Mark has been good enough to come on. He's one of the attorneys at the advocates, and we talk about things with him. And Mark, we've invited people to ask you questions just out of the blue. Are you ready for that?
I think I'm ready for it.
Okay.
I guess we'll see what the questions are.
Yeah. It's let's see what happens here. Now, I think we have a question.
We do. 877-602-9696 if you'd like to talk to Mark. Demetra is on the phone, our old friend Demetra.
Good morning, Demetra.
Hi.
Go ahead.
My question is, I was driving down the street, my little street, and a neighbor backed out of her driveway and hit the side of my car. And when I went to exchange insurance information with her, she refused to. So I called my insurance, and I had her driver's license number and address, and they hunted her down. And then I get a call back that she didn't have insurance, and now my 2 doors are bashed in. And do I have any recourse? Is there anything I can do?
Yeah, so the only recourse that you would have in a situation like that when the other driver doesn't have insurance is you can obviously make a claim through your own auto insurance. As long as you have full collision coverage, then your auto insurance should cover it. The only downside is that they may make you pay your deductible. So you could do that as long as you have collision coverage. As far as going after her, the first thing that we always encourage people to do when they get in any type of accident, even if it's something in their neighborhood like that, is to call the police and have them come out, because the police would have for sure in that situation gotten the insurance information from her or found out that she didn't have insurance. And then they also could have given her a citation for not having proper insurance once they would have found that out. And then they could have pursued that case against her for not having insurance. The only thing that you could do at this point, knowing she doesn't have insurance, is you could take her to small claims court, depending on the amount of your property damage. So if the property damage amount is under $10,000, you could file a small claims action against her. The downside to that would be is then you have to try and collect the money from her.
Yeah.
Because all you'd end up getting is a judgment, but then you'd have to try and collect the money from her. So really the easiest thing to do would be to go through your own insurance.
And just fix it myself and forget about her.
Well, hey, Mark, let me ask you this about small claims court. Do people generally do that without the assistance of an attorney?
Usually they do. The state has actually set it up so that it's easy to do it on your own. Mm-hmm. I mean, you can get an attorney to do it, but in a situation like that, I would say just go do it on your own. What you do, they would walk you through, the court would walk you through the paperwork that you need to fill out. And then what would happen is they would give you a hearing date where you would have to show up and they would show up. Both of you would explain to the judge the situation, and then the judge would make a decision. So the
court doesn't provide any goons that can go out and then collect the money. If the judgment goes in there's not a court appointed goon who can go browbeat the person for the money, I guess. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, Utah's legislature hasn't approved anything like that yet.
We should do that.
Goon amendment. We need a
to
goon
get
amendment.
my legislation up there.
The Utah goon law. Let's do that. Okay, Demetra, that about solves it, I think. There's not a lot of recourse.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Yeah,
Thank
you too.
All right, thank you. Let's see, here's a text, 877-602-9696 if you want to try to get in here and talk to Mark. Here's a text question. If you get injured on the job, you're out of work but still employed, is it a good idea to talk to a lawyer, get an advocate?
For sure, and we actually have attorneys that handle workers' compensation cases, because that's what that case would be. If you're injured on the job, the claim is made with workers' compensation insurance. So, yeah, you could definitely call, and our workers' comp attorney could talk to you about it, but that would be a situation where you could get an attorney.
You know, anytime you go to the doctor, you have, with like an injury, like a back injury or which I'm intimately familiar with, that's the first thing that they'll ask you, is this an injury, and did you get this on the job? And you have to fill that out on forms at the doctor's office. Is that so that, is that to avoid insurance fraud? Is that why they do that?
It's so that they know who to actually bill, because if it's an injury that happened on the job, then 9 times out of 10, workers' compensation insurance is going to cover the injury. So they're just figuring out who they're going to bill.
So it's the insurance company, the private insurance companies say, we're not going to pay this if workers' comp will pay.
Right.
I got it. Okay.
Yep.
This is an interesting text. If you call police after a small accident and they refuse multiple times to come out, what do you do? This happened to me after I was rear-ended by someone distracted on their phone.
Wow.
So we do hear that happening. A lot of times it depends on what city you're in. The larger cities, sometimes the police say that they don't have the time to come out to something like that. But usually what they'll do is they'll give you the alternative to go online and fill out a police form online that they'll then certify so that there's actually a record that they called in and that the individuals involved in the accident made a police report. So you usually still can get something done. They just may not send anyone out, but you can go online and fill out a form of what happened and so forth so that there's an actual record.
So that accident was exactly like the two that I was in, and I just want to say thank you, Mark, for helping me get everything finished and settled.
Hey, you bet.
When I was out of town, we were out of town, and my son was here in town, and he had one of our cars, and he called us while we were out of town and said, I got into a fender bender. Didn't really do much damage to our car, and it didn't do any damage to the other car. And so the person that I got into the little fender bender with, we just both said, well, let's not bother calling the police, and let's not. And they just went their separate ways. Well, as I look at my car, there's a little more damage than he indicated. It probably should, it needs to be fixed. But nobody called the cops, and I haven't made an insurance claim. Should they have called the cops, even if it was a little tiny thing like that?
We typically always encourage people to call the police just so that there's a record. And just like the caller that called in, you never know if someone's going to give you insurance information or if it's going to be correct insurance information. Yeah. So even if a little one, have the police come out because they have a system where they can verify insurance. So make sure that the person's actually giving you the right insurance information. Yeah. So, yeah, we would always say at least call the police just to make sure you get the correct insurance.
Yeah. I'm going to probably have to just pay for this now.
Sounds like
That'll be great. Well, Mark, thank you very much, and we'll talk to you. And are we going to do it again next week?
If not next week, a week or so. 2 weeks.
Okay, so we'll have Mark on again is the point, and so be thinking of questions if you want to ask an attorney. You can do it for free. Remember, The Advocates, 801-355-5550 or UtahAdvocates.com. Thanks you, Mark.
All right, Mark, thanks.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have a nice week.
See ya.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, Spanish Fork's having some issues.
Well,
traffic...
they always have.
No kidding.
Traffic lights on US 6, 2550 East are dark in that area, so treat that as a four-way stop and expect delays, especially westbound on Highway 6. Fender bender I-15 southbound in Lehigh, that's approaching the SR 92 exit. Crash westbound I-80, this is in Summit County at milepost 166. And that's it. Things in the Salt Lake Valley look very, very good. I have green cameras on the UDOT website. That means they don't see anything. But what do you see? Huh? Somebody's stuck in Spanish Fork. They sent it in an alert at 33986, and you can too. Just send it in, and I will pass it along to friends of the program. Be prepared for your day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV2 from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
I'm sorry we didn't get to this question for Mark. Is there any way to have my brother-in-law legally divorced or excommunicated from the family? He's a complete bag, and we'd be all better off without him. He's a complete bag. Let's see. We've got boners round 1 coming up. Let me get the candidates for you. Number 1, plan a super spreader event. Number 2, I think I'll have a pizza. And number 3, to the side of the road is no place to be performing penetrative acts.
All right. Boners round 1, along with big boy news and opinioendo coming up after these. Brooklinen, got to tell you about Brooklinen, of course. They're having their biggest sale of the year right now. So if you're a longtime listener, you've heard me talk about Brooklinen before, the essentials, bedding, sheets, towels, stuff that it doesn't cost an arm and a leg. From your bed to your bathroom, they've got you covered. This holiday is no exception. And, I love my Brooklinen sheets. I love my Brooklinen towels. There are always people on your list who are tough to buy for. And comfort is not a one-size-fits-all type of thing. The selection really takes into account the different needs and preferences when it comes to bedding, towels, you name it. They have something for everyone you love. If you have someone tough to buy for, they have candles, silk eye masks, scrunchies, robes. There are also gift card options as well. So they can pick out exactly what they want. So cozy up to Brooklinen's biggest sale of the year, happening right now. Get huge savings and free shipping during Brooklinen's biggest sale of the year. 20% off your order only at brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com. And use the promo code Jackson, my last name, JACKSON. It kind of lets them know that you heard it here on our show. That's brooklinen.com and the promo code Jackson.
Excellent.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package for my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Great. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quietly, Hi. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history, and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting, where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Whoa! Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it. Run. On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders.
All right, 7:20 right now, and
Fresh brewed Mill Creek coffee, anyone?
yes, I'm having mine right now.
Mm.
And you can imagine the thrill of watching people drinking coffee at x96.com/live.
Not just any coffee, Carrie. Not just any coffee. Mill Creek coffee, roasted right here in downtown Salt Lake City.
I finished mine already, so I can't join you in drinking.
What do you do? That's
What are you
a mug.
doing?
That's a phone. That's a phone, Gina. That's
No.
No,
Don't you remember this?
That's
Don't you
Hook'em
remember-
Horns. Come
No,
on.
don't you remember Mug Root Beer? The commercials were doing this.
Oh, that's right. They made
Do you
hold
remember
your
that?
can that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you're supposed to.
I had made room in my mind by forgetting that, and now you've put it back. so.
X96.com/live for visual aids to the radio from Hell Show.
And thank you, Mill Creek Coffee.
Yes. All right, let's get underway with round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day, because if it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day. It will have to go up against the winner of round 2's voting. Yes, we'll do this again at 8:20 with 3 more, 3 different candidates. We get a winner there as well. We take both of our winners and we'll put them against each other. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens, and that's when you'll vote for Boner of the Day. Right now we need a champion for round 1 to send forward. Let's go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
You know, when you can go to movies and concerts and Thanksgiving dinners and things, when all of those things can happen, you will receive your Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. Plan a super spreader event. A food chain, a grocery chain on the East Coast, Giant Food, ran a full-page ad in their their shopper magazine, and they put a slogan in there. So there's pictures of shrimp cocktail platters and a fruit tart and a cheese board, and it was an advertisement encouraging folks to plan super spreader events and have holiday parties. And it said, plan your super spreader event today.
Well, it says, you can see it at x96.com/live. It says, hosting, plan a super spread.
Yeah.
Now were they trying to be funny, or is this an honest mistake?
Well, I don't know. Either way, it's a Boner candidate. If they were trying to be funny, they weren't. Plan a super spread, yes. The supermarket chain, which has stores all over the East, should have known better. They're all operating in Joe Biden and Dr. Fauci's backyard.
Yeah.
They're now apologizing. Giant Food says, well, in hindsight, the choice of words was a poor one. Giant Foods had no intention of insensitivity.
So it was just
probably a stupid mistake rather than
But
an
you'd think
intentional
somebody
joke.
would have caught it before it got that far.
Boner candidate number 1. Plan a super spreader event. Boner candidate number 2. I think I'll have a pizza. So authorities say that a man broke into a Fullerton restaurant about a week ago. Restaurant was closed. He stole money, other things, and he must have been pretty hungry because security cameras also caught him taking time to make himself a pizza. The Fullerton Police Department said that the suspect at the Big Slice Pizza burglary has been arrested, according to a post on the department's social media page. The man also stole the restaurant's delivery car as he left. Security footage posted to Facebook showed the man wearing gloves and preparing dough for his pizza. The suspect stole $500 in cash, several electronics items, tools, multiple 6-packs of beer, but he just decided he'd take the time. I'm hungry. I'm going to make myself a pizza while I'm here. And the security cameras captured it all. Big Slice manager Rafael Callas said, for us it was a big hit because we had to close the store, make a report, call services to restore service for the store. We had to shut everything down for a while, and it then cost us a lot of money. But he seemed to enjoy the pizza, Mr. Collis said, so that's a plus. We're glad he enjoyed the pizza, even though he's now behind bars. Boner candidate number 2, I think I'll have a pizza. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, to the side of the road is no place to be performing these penetrative acts.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this big boy news and a Pinuendo brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
You know, celebrities, when they die, many of them continue to make lots of money. And some of them actually make more money after they're dead than they did while alive. And Forbes magazine every year compiles a list of the top-earning dead celebrities. The top-earning dead celebrities for the year 2020, the 13 top-earning deceased celebrities on Forbes 2020 list, and their estimated earnings. So we'll start at the bottom. Marilyn Monroe, still a big earner.
Mm-hmm.
Number 13, making $8 million.
So who made what? So when they say
This
that,
is licensing of images, and
No,
that's
I know,
mainly
but-
that.
but who is making
Well,
money
it just
off Marilyn
depends.
Monroe?
It depends. It could be her family has
Who owns
control
the
of her
rights
image.
to-
It's whoever has control of the image, and there are often fights about that. George Harrison next with $8.5 million. I'm sure his son and has the rights to that, and whatever he makes by music licensing and so forth. Freddie Mercury, $9 million. Prince, $10 million. John Lennon, $13 million. Bob Marley, $14 million. Juice WRLD, $15 million. Kobe Bryant, $20 million. Elvis Presley, always in the top, usually the top 5, and he's number 5 this year, $23 million.
Aren't his fans all
No.
dying off?
Well,
who's buying Elvis stuff now?
Gina, if someone is really popular and they die, it doesn't mean they disappear. People still listen to their music, or they appreciate. There are many famous artists who've been dead for centuries, Gina.
Well-
And, people still look at the pictures that they painted. I know it's weird, but when they die, shouldn't they just get rid of all that crap?
No, I just think, Monet's different than, a Elvis dish that you put in your...
No, it's not. It's
buying
all fandom.
that?
It's fandom. It's fandom. Arnold Palmer is next. People are buying those Arizona iced tea Arnold Palmers with him on them all the time. Charles Schultz, creator of Peanuts, number 3. Number 2, Dr. Seuss. And number 1, deceased earner, $48 million, Michael Jackson.
Wow.
It's pretty amazing. Well, the Pfizer company, Pfizer and BioNTech, say that they're going to seek vaccine approval for the COVID-19 vaccine within the next few days. The companies announced that after their final analysis suggested that this drug is even more effective than they previously thought. There's more and more data coming out, too, both from them and Moderna, which says all of the people, almost everybody we gave it to was protected. There were a lot of people we gave the placebo to. I think it's even numbers. I think that's how they do it. So they give them a placebo, and they expose everybody to the virus. And it seems like these companies are amazed. The people we gave placebo to, they all came down with coronavirus. It's shocking. The U.S. pharma giant and their German partner said that the phase 3 trial is complete, and they found that the vaccine was 95% effective at producing COVID-19. That's pretty amazing, and no serious side effects have been reported among the 41,135 adults who received 2 doses. The company said the most common reaction was that 3.7% felt a lot of fatigue after they were given the vaccine, and 7% said that 2% said it gave them a headache. So
I would put up with that to
Yeah.
to be protected.
So they're going to ask for the approval, and again, they're saying they may start vaccinating people in December. It's pretty incredible that they. I think they probably. We could ask Dr. Cobble about this. He's coming up. They must have had. I guess they have a head start in a way because they've developed some other vaccines that are similar. I mean, they know what COVID is. It's just this strain of it that was new, but they've
There's
developed
procedures that they, they're not starting totally from scratch.
Right. Well, and this was not a total unknown, surprising virus. As a matter of fact, this virus was, I think, didn't a lot of people, epidemiologists, say, I wondered when this was going to happen. This is, we kind of expected this to happen.
I've been telling you, my husband's been talking about the bird flu for years and years and years. They know these are lingering out there, and they...
Intensive care units across the country are filling up. Here in Utah, COVID-19 patients in the ICU have doubled in the last month. Hospitals are expecting a potential surge of patients as Utah continues to shatter records. Cases are skyrocketing with a quarter of new tests being positive. As ICUs fill up, healthcare workers are feeling the strain. We are tired. We are mentally, physically, emotionally exhausted, Nate Smithson said. He and Janie Roberts are nurses at Intermountain Medical Center, where some patients, even the COVID-19 still isn't real to some patients, they say. There are people who are saying to these nurses, it's a hoax, right? It really is a hoax.
No, I tweeted yesterday an article about nurses here in Utah who say patients wake up from being on a ventilator and still say it's not real.
Yeah.
Here in Utah, they're doing
that's what
that.
these two nurses are saying. That's bizarre. Salt Lake City Salt Lake City School District. They had a contentious meeting last night. That Nemelka guy, he got voted out, but he's still in till January.
Yeah.
He got all pissy again with everybody.
Of course.
But Salt Lake City says we're going to start allowing elementary students to start coming back to school in person in January. So far, there have been no in-person classes in the Salt Lake City School District. They will reopen classrooms at the end of January for elementary students to start back in person for the first time since the coronavirus pandemic began. Middle and high school students still stay online. There's been a teacher exodus because of this pandemic, too.
Mhm.
Here in Utah, teachers have been retiring in droves. I was talking about getting my medical marijuana card and applying for that earlier.
Yeah.
More Utah doctors will be able to recommend medical cannabis to qualifying patients under a new bill being proposed. The forthcoming legislation would allow physicians to recommend cannabis for up to 15 patients without having to go through hours of specialized training through the state. Right now, the doctors and my doctor said, I have to jump through. He said I am certified to prescribe it, but I have to go through a lot of hoops to get there.
So I have a question. When they say prescribe it, do they say, Bill, take so many grams of this so many times?
I don't know. I haven't gotten that far yet.
Oh, okay.
I haven't gotten that far. I've talked to some people who have their medical card and have gone, and the doctor will make certain suggestions of strains of cannabis to try and how much, and see if I think now this is, I don't know this for sure, but I think there are different strains that will have different effects.
There are.
And so the doctor will say, well, let's maybe try this one. And
it's trial and error with
they
some
kind
of
of.
it, and-
I think because none of them will hurt you really. You can't really overdose on it. So you can just try a little bit of that and see if it'll ease your pain there. But the thing they're doing here is they want to. Right now, only 15 patients. Says I guess you can only have 15 patients. Oh, it says you will be able to have up to 15 patients without going through hours of specialized training. But if you want to go through the training, you can get 275 patients. This sounds like another money-making scheme to me.
Oddly specific.
Yeah. This seems like another money-making scheme.
Came up with this.
Yeah.
All right. Weather, traffic.
So quite warm today. Could even break some records. Highs in the mid to upper 60s. Quite breezy because we've got a storm blowing in. Now, not a great chance of rain. They're saying 40% chance, but it's going to drop temperatures quite a bit. Tomorrow's high only around 49. Traffic, we've got that power outage in Spanish Fork. Traffic lights US 6 at 2550 East are dark, so treat that as a four-way stop and expect delays, especially westbound on Highway 6. Crash northbound I-15, milepost 309. This is 600 north in Salt Lake. Right shoulder's affected there. And that looks like about it. Let me check our message stream. People are texting in from Spanish Fork saying power's out in parts of Spanish Fork, which is why the traffic lights are out. It happened about 7 a.m. Yes. Thank you for sending that in. Yes, Carrie?
No, keep going.
Oh. So if you are in Spanish Fork and your power's out, or you're somewhere else and there's some other issue, you can text all of that to us if it's safe for you to do that, 33986. Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for only $59. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Now, don't forget that as soon as we award round one of your boners, that's when you should line up to call and talk to Dr. Cobble. He will be on the line in our next break, answering your questions about the COVID. All kinds of things happening. So 877-602-9696. Here we go. Candidate number 3 for round one.
Candidate number 3 is... To the side of the road is no place to be performing penetrative acts. This candidate is what you might expect it to be. A couple in Florida, of course, having intercourse on the concourse, on the roadway. So they're having the sex, the intercourse, right by the side of the road. We could, if we were a real morning show, we'd be playing "Why Don't We Do It in the Road" by the Beatles right now. So they're having the intercourse. And that's the boner candidate, essentially. But I liked this, and it's a simple kind of classic boner candidate, doing it by the side of the road. But I did like the police report, which called what they were doing a penetrative act.
So they weren't just messing around.
No.
They were.
They said the police said
all the way.
Well, first of all, they had the oral. The police said, and then they engaged in digital pursuits and a penetrative act.
So the cops watched for a while.
Apparently,
yeah, that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting.
They observed before they made any arrests.
Well, now slow down, Carl. We need to make sure.
Yeah. There you go. Well, and they did say, I think you're absolutely right, Carrie, because they had to determine, they said, whether it was all consensual.
Sure.
Sure they did. This was just an example of cops wanting to sort of watch what was going on before they made an arrest. Boner candidate number 3. To the side of the road is no place to be performing penetrative acts.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, plan a super spreader event. Yes, a East Coast supermarket chain apologizing for their tone-deaf advertisement, trying to encourage people to have big family parties, essentially. Boner candidate number 2, I think I'll have a pizza. It's a guy burglarizing a pizza joint. Presumably it's in the night because he broke in when no one was there. He's stealing money, he's stealing equipment, and it's all caught on security cameras. And then he stops and he looks at, you know what, I think I'll make myself a pizza as long as I'm here, and did. And boner candidate number 3, to the side of the road is no place to be performing penetrative acts.
Okay, here we go. This is round 1 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It'll go up against the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 happens at 8:20 with three different candidates. We get another winner there, but we take both of our winners and put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20 this morning. That is when you decide boner of the day for today. Right now, advance one of our candidates from round 1. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. You put that single digit in the message of a text, and then you text that to 33986. Pretty easy to do. Okay, that's one way to vote. Another way is you can contact the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting November 18, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 1. And don't forget, as soon as we award the winner of round 1 here on the other side of these messages, that's when you need to call in to ask questions of Dr. Cobble if you have questions about the COVID. Stand by for that. Zero Res. Look it up on your internet search engine and find the location that is servicing you. And talk to them about this fundraiser thing they're doing with the food bank.
Yeah, they'll. So Zero Res comes to your house and cleans your carpets or your tile or your upholstery. They do it quickly. They do it very efficiently, and they don't use any harsh chemicals or detergents to do it, and so it's a better process. So they help us out with a food drive every year, and we really thank Zero Res for doing that. When they come to your house, they will clean 3 rooms. $33 per room, and then they will do the 4th room for free if you give the technician some non-perishable food donation. You know, a few cans of something, cans of food, canned food would be very good. So call Zero Res, get in on this great offer today, 801-2880, that's 288-9376, or go to the web and look for Zero Res online.
Now, I have a little bit of advice for people for St. Patrick's Day.
Okay.
I saw this online today, and it says these are clever things that you can do.
I bet they're not clever.
For your St. Patrick's Day shenanigans. These are clever captions you could use on Instagram, for instance.
Oh, okay.
And I'm saying if you do these things, you're a fool. You should not. Here, St. Patrick's Day captions for friends and loved ones on your Instagram posts. So as you post your stupid Instagram drunken pictures, you should caption them with things like this. I'm not Irish, but kiss me anyway.
No. Don't do that.
This is clever. These are clever things that people have thought up for you because you're not clever. How about this one? Irish, you were here.
Nope.
Never.
No? How about this one?
Don't use that.
About to get lucky, insert shamrock and wink face emojis.
No.
Lucky me, I have you. No?
I mean, that's just nice. I
Irish
don't mind
whiskey
that one.
makes me frisky.
I do like Irish whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
How about funny St. Patrick's Day captions for eating, drinking, and being Irish? The leprechaun made me do it. Take a picture. It'll last longer. Picture like as in picture of beer.
No,
Okay.
boo.
That is bad.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
That was kind of funny.
It is.
It made me laugh.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
It's a Kesha reference. The patty don't start.
Okay. Ready to get shamrocked?
No.
No. How about, okay, cute St. Patrick's Day captions for babies and kids.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. I'm telling you, don't use any of these. Little Miss Lucky Charm. So if you put a picture of your kid
This
there.
is like Instagram stuff.
Wee bit of trouble. My little good luck charm.
Yeah.
Okay, Irish blessings and proverbs to use for St. Patrick's Day.
Let's try these. Maybe these.
Wind at your back and road racing.
May your pockets be heavy and your heart be light. May good luck pursue you each morning and night. Well, that's okay.
Okay. A little wordy, but
yeah. How about
Now these are all terrible.
Yeah. What do you do? What are you doing for St. Patrick's Day?
Nothing. I'll be in Las Vegas.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Oh, crap.
Oh, my.
Oh, Bill, that's a horrible time to be in Vegas.
You just realized that?
I just realized that.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is
now,
bad.
wait a minute.
That's almost like being in Mexico on spring break.
Yeah,
Now,
this
wait.
is bad.
Wait a minute. What?
St.
it's
St.
Sunday.
Pat's is Sunday.
Wait a minute. It's on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what exactly am I going to be doing on Sunday? Let me
Oh,
see.
this is
Shouldn't leave
bad.
your,
I'm
don't
gonna
leave
be-
your hotel room.
Yeah, don't leave the pool.
Sunday, I'm going to be. I'm going to go. I'm going to be at the Piff, the Magic Dragon show.
It's on Sunday?
Yeah.
Well, then you might be okay if you're at. I just wouldn't be out on the street.
Everybody in the audience is going to be drunk.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Really,
Oh.
really, really
Oh,
drunk.
yeah. Absolutely.
So you should be just
No, well,
so you fit in.
no.
I wouldn't, don't go to Vegas on St. Patrick's Day
New Year's Eve.
or New Year's. I know I did New Year's in Las Vegas. And, oh, man, what a mess. What an absolute mess.
I mean, I didn't even think about that. I just,
Oh, wow.
so.
Well, maybe you should take one of those cute sayings with you and
Yeah.
use it.
Kiss me, I'm Irish.
Yeah. No.
No?
No.
So I will be sober so that I can fend them off.
You would take your cudgel.
I have one on my
I
desk.
know. Take it.
I will.
You can beat people away from you as you go through the crowd.
And I wouldn't be sober if I were you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take, if you're sober, it's going to be worse.
Well, I'm just afraid I won't. I'm just afraid if I'm not sober, I will get in a fight. If I'm drunk, I'll get in a fight.
Stay in your pool.
Yeah, don't get in a fight.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
Because of my defense, I'll just be.
Your defenses are down.
My defenses are down, and I'll just be. I don't take that kind of crap from anybody. And then I'll get beaten up.
Yeah, you're in trouble. All right, 7:49. You can call and line up now and ask your questions of Dr. Cobble. He's on the line and getting ready. 877-602-9696. But first, let's award round one of your boners.
Yeah. Oh, and let's make sure those questions are coronavirus related.
Oh, well,
okay. Just. This morning's boner brought to you in part by Brisket.
And every day is Black Friday throughout November. Level 9 Sports. Take advantage of the best prices of the season. Shop safely at any of their 4 retail locations along the Wasatch Front or shop online at level9sports.com.
Boner candidate number 1, plan a super spreader event. A grocery store on the East Coast, a grocery chain, encouraging people in their advertisements to have a big holiday party. We got your shrimp platters here and your cheese boards, and you can have a super spread event. They said, oh yeah, it was kind of tone deaf of us. We're sorry. Boner candidate number 2, I think I'll have a pizza, said the burglar who broke into a pizza joint mainly to steal money and equipment. But as long as I'm here, I guess those were security cameras, weren't they? He took the time to make himself a pizza. And boner candidate number 3, to the side of the road is no place to be performing penetrative acts. A couple arrested in Florida for getting busy doing it on the side of the road there, and the police apparently watching them for some time before they made an arrest. Carolyn won a T-shirt, and the winner, by just a couple of votes, To the Side of the Road, number 3, To the Side of the Road, no place to be performing.
There it is. That's your round 1 boner. It goes forward. Might be boner of the day. Round 2 happens at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. We take both of the winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Nope.
It's time to talk to Dr. Cobble about coronavirus. And you can call us at 877-602-9696 and ask him questions about it, about the vaccine, about the virus itself, about testing, anything you want to know. Please give us a call. And we do have someone on the phone right now for Dr. Cobble, I think. Good morning, Dr. Cobble. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. How are you guys?
Great. Who do we have there?
Great.
Well, 877-602-9696 is the number to call if you want to talk to Dr. Cobble. You can, just as Tanya has done.
Hi, Tanya.
Hi, good morning, you guys. Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah, what's your question?
Hey, so the Pfizer vaccine has to be kept at negative 95 degrees. Why is that? And I hope that they will be warming that up before they shoot it in my sensitive little blood.
Well, yeah, why does it have to be kept so cold and all of that, Dr. Cobble?
Yeah, for stabilization of the mRNA, the particular ingredients in it has to be stored and transported at that temperature. So it makes it a little more complicated than the Moderna vaccine, but still doable, just makes the transportation more complicated.
Now, say it comes to your office, Dr. Cobble. Do you have some means of keeping it that cold?
So I think once it comes to our office, we can store it in the freezer. I think that'll still be acceptable.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what the time frame will be. I'll have to wait until we get the instructions from them.
Mm-hmm.
But most of our vaccines we have to are delivered. Most of the vaccines we get are delivered on dry ice or in freezing transport material, and then we have to store them either in the freezer or the refrigerator, depending on the stability and when we're going to give the vaccine. But we do warm them up, meaning you rub it between your hands.
Yeah.
And so it's not
you don't
going
stick
in
it in
frozen.
your armpit to warm it up. That's a good place to warm things up.
He has to ask the nurse to sit on it for a few minutes.
Well, yeah, because
I take my mask off and put it in my mouth.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Tanya?
Warm it up.
I've basically had a pharmacy person basically give me a shot, and he gave me a shot, and then he was said, "Oh yeah, that's probably a little painful because I didn't warm it up." And I say, "Well, please, under the armpit would be nice."
Yeah, I've had a shot of cold vaccine before as well. It's not pleasant.
It's fun.
All right, Tanya, thanks for calling.
Thank you,
Hey,
Tanya.
thanks a lot, guys.
All right. Let's go to David. David is on the phone.
Hey, David.
Turn off your radio, David. Listen to your phone, David. Turn off your radio, David. Listen to your phone, David.
David? David? You're listening to a delay, David.
All right, David, go away. Sorry. 877-602-9696. When you call in, we're on the phone. You think we're on the radio, but we're not. We're on the phone with you, and the doctor is too.
Dr. Cobble, does COVID make it so you don't pay attention to instructions? Is that one of the...
It can cause neurologic problems.
Okay, so David, I'm a little worried that...
We got a letter from a listener, and we read it this morning, Dr. Cobble, who is in the ICU right now with COVID, and said he spent at least a day hallucinating in the ICU. He thought it was raining for a while, and then he was apparently dictating business stuff to his assistant who wasn't there. Is that common, hallucinations?
Yeah, I think just being in the ICU in general, the medications, the low oxygen status, being intubated, et cetera, I think that you don't have to just have COVID. I just think being in the ICU can make you have an out-of-world experience. So it's not something that I would sign up for.
Yeah. 877-602-9696. That's the number. Do we have any calls right now?
Here's a quick text question. Are you seeing post-recovery inflammatory responses in adults like they are seeing in kids, in joints, skin responses, etc.?
Yeah, it appears to be similar between the two, although that is a pretty common issue with children who are infected. And we've had over 1 million kids infected so far with COVID.
All right. 877-602-9696 is the number to call if you'd like to talk to Dr. Cobble. He will be on in our next break, so you might want to start lining up now so you don't miss out on this opportunity to talk to a real doctor about COVID instead of asking the internet, which you shouldn't be.
No, don't ask the internet for anything except, weights and measures. That's all you should ask them.
Weights and measures?
Weights and measures.
Yeah.
That's all you should ask the
I
internet.
need a conversion.
Yeah, what does 9 stone mean? That's good. That the internet's good for that. Everything
Exactly.
else, it's not quite so sure. Traffic, Gina, please.
A little bit of slowage southbound I-15 through Farmington, headed into Centerville. A couple of cars on the right shoulder there. Let's see, we have northbound I-15, a crash at milepost 251. That's Main Street in Payson. The right shoulder's affected there. Crash northbound I-15, 600 north in Salt Lake, milepost 309. And let me check our message streams. Hopefully people are sending in questions for Dr. Cobble there as well. But if you have traffic, 33986 is the text code.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back with Dr. Cobble after these, 877-602-9696. Now, in the COVID times, you might think, is this a good time to be selling my home? Well, that's where our friend Josh Stern can come in and help you.
Yeah, and he is our friend. He's a friend of the program. He's been listening to the Radio from Hell show for years. He's helped friends of the program find homes, sell their homes. He can do all of that. And he does it faster than most other agents. Now, how does he do that? Because he has a marketing plan for your home. Selling a home is just like selling anything else, and a lot of times people don't treat it that way. You have to have a marketing plan for it. He also has a list of buyers that are just waiting for homes. That's one way he can do it so fast. He also has a list of homes for you if you're looking for one. Lots of options for you in lots of places. If you're selling your home, he can get you oftentimes 4% more money for it, and selling homes in the average of about 28 days, which is pretty fast.
You don't want to do it yourself. Call up Josh and he'll help you with this.
It's 801-444-9100 if you want to call him, or you can go to sternteam.com.
Times are tough.
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well,
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful
Well,
list.
this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently.
just because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number one, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you. You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number two, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start
Jaundice,
to turn yellow, it's jaundice.
Yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah, you've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't
cirrhosis.
need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom.
What's that?
You're losing weight.
Well.
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
But
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red. Is this
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
could be due to fatty liver disease if
Okay.
your palm. I always
Okay.
say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are worse.
These are just being a person, all of these
Yeah.
things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with... It's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, let's continue our questions with Dr. Cobble.
Yep.
We got a full bank of phones here. Let's go to, David first, I believe.
Hey, David.
Finally figured
Hey
out how to
there.
use his phone. Hi,
Yeah.
David.
Yeah, they were like, don't plug it in Bluetooth. And I plugged it into the charger, and it was Bluetooth. And I was like, oh, shoot. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Well, anyway, go ahead and ask your question, David.
Hey there, Dr. Cobble. Hey, so my son, he got placed on a 14-day quarantine. He's in kindergarten, and the health department called them and all that. So I got an email, but I called the health department. They said I didn't have to do anything. So I'm like kind of confused about what my job or what my position at my job is going to be right now.
Yeah, it is kind of confusing. They say your son may have COVID. They don't know yet, but let's quarantine him because he was around somebody who did. But you don't have to do anything. That doesn't make sense, really, does it, Dr. Cobble?
No.
What is it?
Well, it's a little bit bizarre. I think what happens is if your child is in a classroom where one of the kids had COVID, depending on how many kids in the classroom have it, and where your child is seated, they could request a 2-week quarantine. depending on the county, sometimes it's just 1 week, and then they'll let you do a test. If the test is negative, you can go back, but that's not Salt Lake County. I think the big thing is that you're not in that classroom, and as long as you're not in long periods of time with your child, then your risk is quite low. I think the big thing is that if you become symptomatic in the next 2 to 8 days, then you should quarantine for 14 days. If your son or your daughter becomes symptomatic, you should test them, and then you should be quarantined too. But I think you can go to work as long as you're wearing your mask and minimizing your distance, keeping distance away from coworkers.
Alrighty.
All right.
Perfect. Yeah, that's
Thank you.
Great
And if they're in kindergarten, they tolerate being locked in the basement pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah.
Just give them a video game and they're fine. Now, Doctor, this text question kind of dovetails with that one. Do you know the current transmission rate among household members? Could you review how to minimize exposure/transmission among household members?
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, the R transmission value with the flu typically is 1 to 1. Typically, about 15% of people with the flu are asymptomatic, where with this, it's about 30%. Typically, the flu symptoms you develop in 1 or 2 days. With COVID, the symptoms develop in 2 to 8 days. So most people that get COVID, their exposure was 2 to 8 days prior to their onset of symptoms. So you have to contact trace back a week up to 8 days. But the transmission rate with this virus appears to be 3 to 1, meaning if you're infected, you could give it to 3 people per day. So if you're transmitting this for a week before you get symptoms, you could give it to 20 people, and that's where a super spreader event is just somebody doesn't know they have it, they get symptoms the next day, but they were contagious the day before at the wedding or at the church or at a Trump rally, and they gave it to 20 people. Yeah, Thanksgiving. And they gave it to 20 people at that event, and those 20 people may have infected another 30 or 40.
All right.
I think the big thing is Pfizer announced today that they're going to deliver doses of vaccine, they think, before the end of the year.
Yeah.
They're applying for the emergency, and they think that they'll have enough for 25 million people. That's 50 million vaccines, because you have to get 2 vaccines each.
Yeah.
And then they think they'll be able to deliver 1 billion next year. But with that being said, even if we get the first vaccine December 27th, they won't get the second vaccine until January 27th, and we're not going to see them develop immunity until Valentine's Day at the earliest for the luckiest people. So again, we're still dealing with this until next summer or longer.
All right. Let's go to Shannon then. Shannon on the phone. Hi.
Hi there. Yeah, I have kind of a general question, I guess, on the vaccine. I've been following it just a little bit here and there. And a few weeks ago, they were saying that it was at 90%, I guess, deemable for the FDA. And so I guess my question, I don't really know how to word it, but basically with the vaccine, do you have to test positive or be around somebody who is positive or have underlying issues in order to get the vaccine? Or is it something that's still being kind of tested, and are we being guinea pigs?
They do have protocols for it, and I think Dr. Cobble could tell you what those are.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, so the vaccine will be available for anyone and everyone. However, they're going to focus on primary responders and older people and long-term care facility people first. But you don't have to have been exposed. It's just like getting a measles, mumps, polio vaccine. You want to prevent. And so I think, and there'll be multiple manufacturers. Pfizer's 94, 95%, Moderna, AstraZeneca, the others. So I think those are going to be on the market quickly. One of the great things today, Pfizer said the only serious event with their vaccine was about 4% of people got fatigue after the second dose, and that's fantastic. So hopefully those people that are nervous about vaccines and the anti-vaxxer groups that are worried that Gates is putting biotechnology inside of them to track them.
Yeah.
Hopefully those people won't be against vaccine, because we really need to vaccinate at least 70% of the population to get immunity that's going to be significant for the whole population. And last thing, there may be other people calling, Lucira just announced today the FDA gave them approval of their home rapid test, COVID test, and that tests for genetic material just like the PCR. So that, as a rapid test, is much more accurate than the other rapid tests that just test for proteins and give false positives and false negatives. So that's really exciting. That's Lucira is the company that makes that.
All right.
Right. I understand. And sorry to take up much more of your time, but I actually work where I don't personally test for COVID, but my company does. We go out on site testing for COVID. And so I guess with that being said, even though I'm not on site testing for COVID, would that put me at higher risk? I do have high blood pressure. And so I guess, would you recommend that I get the vaccine as soon as possible, or should I guess I'm just trying to figure out, should I
everyone
wait
should
and
get the
see how
vaccine as
it
soon as
reacts?
possible.
Yeah, get it as soon as possible. I don't know.
Yeah, I think everyone should get the
Everybody.
vaccine as soon as
Yeah.
possible.
I
Yeah,
want it
highest
as soon
risk
as
is being
possible.
obese.
Yeah.
Right, me too.
All right,
me
thanks.
too. And
Okay,
so we
thanks,
have a
Shannon.
first-
Shannon, we got to go, Shannon.
We got to try to get Saheed in real quick. Go ahead, Saheed.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Fine.
Awesome. I have a question. Two questions. One is, do they have to disclose the side effects of the
Vaccine?
Vaccine.
Vaccine. Thank you so much. The second question is, what happened if the temperature drop 96 or whatever it's supposed to be? Is it going to turn? Does it indicate you this valve is contaminated or not good?
Yeah, those are good questions.
Yeah, so I think the best side effect of this particular vaccine is it gives you 95% immunity. So that's a great side effect, adverse event. The only serious event that was noted was 4% fatigue. So everyone should get this vaccine. Nobody should be afraid of it. That's amazing to see that well tolerated. I think, again, we'll have to get guidance once the vaccine's released. If it drops below the freezing temperature it's supposed to be stored at, it may be still allowable to be used for up to 30 days, and that's common with a lot of other medications we use. So it's supposed to be stored at a certain amount, but it still can be good for 30 days after not being exposed to that temperature. So I think, those are things that we shouldn't have to worry about at this point. Everyone should get a vaccine when it's available.
All right.
Thank you. I'm just looking forward to the day where they put it in the water. It's just in the water, and you take a shower in it or whatever.
That'd be great.
Thanks, Dr. Cobble.
Dr. Cobble, thanks a lot again for your time. We really do appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks to all the scientists that developed this. That's fantastic. That's
Yeah,
difficult to
Absolutely, yes. All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, guys. Okay.
All right, talk to you next week. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash southbound I-15 at 95th South in Sandy. The right lane is being affected there. Crash northbound I-15 Main Street in Payson at milepost 251. And I would check our message stream, but y'all have questions about COVID there, so there's no traffic coming up now. But if you do see something, please text it to us, 33986. And I will pass it along to all the friends of the program. Strong Volkswagen, Utah's #1 volume VW dealer, home of the lifetime warranty. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Boner's round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1, Escape by Sea. Number 2, it was our spirit animal. And number 3, well, that should have been noticed and corrected.
All right, boner candidates for round 2 coming up after this, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Stand by for that. Brooklinen.com, cozy up to Brooklinen's biggest sale of the year, happening right now. You can get huge savings and free shipping during Brooklinen's biggest sale of the year. 20% off your order only at brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com. Use the promo code Jackson, my last name, JACKSON, and it lets them know that our show sent you. That's brooklinen.com and the promo code Jackson. It's their big sale that they're having right now. And of course, I've told you about how much I love the Brooklinen sheets and how much I love the Brooklinen towels, but this is a great time of year for the Black Friday sale, which is happening right now, because you've always got somebody on your list that's hard to get for. And I would suggest a gift card option that you get them, because then they can pick out exactly what they want. But they do have stuff that, comfort is one of those, everybody loves. So, bathrobes and scrunchies and silk eye masks and candles and all of that stuff. But the gift card, I think, is an excellent option. So brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code Jackson, JACKSON.
Let's reach.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
These tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snow drift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke! Luke, wake up!
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehigh's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Butch and Lehigh ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehigh's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
It's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehigh, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
Okay, 8:21 right now. And it is time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day, because see if it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. It must defeat the winner of round 1's voting. Pretty good candidate, as I recall. We'll take both of those candidates and put them against each other. You will vote for Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning between those 2 champions. That's when Boner Fight happens. Right now, pick your champion for round 2. Send one of these 3 forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote. And one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
And you will receive it, because it will come to you via email, an electronic gift certificate to Diversion Eatery. You can go to diversioneatery.com to see their menu and learn more about what a cool restaurant it is.
Here's Boner candidate number 1, Escape by Sea. A man wanted for his role in an alleged $35 million Ponzi scheme was arrested Monday after evading FBI agents. This is like out of a movie. By swimming into California's largest reservoir using an underwater sea scooter.
Cool.
Matthew Piercy spent about 25 minutes in the frigid Lake Shasta using the Yamaha submersible device before he eventually surfaced and was handcuffed. Agents went to meet Mr. Piercy. He hopped into a pickup, led them on a chase that ended at the shoreline of the lake north of Redding, California. Then Mr. Piercy abandoned the truck near the edge of Lake Shasta, pulled something out of the back of the truck, and swam into Lake Shasta. Piercy spent some time out of sight underwater, where law enforcement could only see bubbles. Hey, down there. Well, you can see the bubbles. Agents later learned that Mr. Piercy had a sea scooter, a motorized device that pulls users underwater at speeds of about 4 miles an hour. A Yamaha tutorial video describes the sea scooter as having underwater propulsion that allows users to cruise at depths of 100 feet from below the surface. You know, you never know what's going to go through somebody's mind when they're being pursued by the FBI. I said, one agent, and we kept investigating, we kept doing, and all of a sudden we see he's trying to escape into the lake with a submersible device, and then we think, well, how are you going to get him? And then we say, oh, you just got to watch the bubbles. Boner candidate number 1, Escape by Sea. Boner candidate number 2. I didn't want to nominate this one, but it was our spirit animal. The killing of a rare spirit moose in Canada.
Spirit moose?
It's white. It was white.
Oh.
An albino moose.
Bill, you know what you do when you nominate animal cruelty.
I know. I didn't want to do it. Had shocked residents of the Northern Ontario community, and they have prompted one First Nations man to offer a reward to anybody who can help officials apprehend the suspect poachers. Residents around the city of Timmins have long swapped stories of a ghostly white moose population, and occasionally they've spotted a white moose moving through the forest. But poachers recently killed 2 female moose, including 1 white cow. The remains, including the heads, were left discarded along a remote service road. Everybody's outraged. Why would you shoot it? Nobody needs a moose that bad, said one resident of the town. If you had a license to shoot a cow moose, you could shoot another one. Just leave the white one alone.
Exactly.
It was our spirit animal, the man said. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. This is a pretty good one. Well, that should have been noticed and corrected.
All right, Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
Conan O'Brien has been doing a late-night talk show for 28 years. He's giving it up, at least for now. O'Brien took over late night on NBC from David Letterman in 1993. a position he held in 2009 when Jimmy Fallon took over the gig. Conan O'Brien moved to host The Tonight Show for several months. That was followed by Conan on TBS in 2010. On Tuesday,
you just glossed over that. He was unceremoniously dismissed from. He should have had the Tonight Show going forward, and it was stolen from him.
Okay.
No, that's. I mean, it was.
Okay. But now Conan will officially end his show. He's going to HBO, and he's going to do. So he's been doing these Conan Without Borders travel specials,
which are very entertaining.
Yeah, he's going to continue doing that.
Oh, good.
On HBO.
On HBO Max.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's probably a better deal for him anyway, really.
In 1993, Johnny Carson gave me the best advice of my career, he said. As soon as possible, get to a streaming platform. It's obviously a joke because there were no streaming platforms in 1993. I'm thrilled that I get to continue doing whatever the hell it is I do on HBO Max, and I look forward to a free subscription. Thank you. All right, let's see. Oh, and then, so I'd heard this story before from... actually, I'd heard Richard Kind tell this story. Bing Bong from the Pixar movie.
Bing Bong, no!
But it's true. Richard Kind said he's very good friends with George Clooney. They've been pals forever. Well, George Clooney has now revealed that, yes, it's true. He gave 14 friends each $1 million for helping him before he was famous.
Yeah, Richard Kind slept on Richard Kind's couch for a while.
Richard Kind was one of them. Randy Gerber, what's her name's husband?
Cindy Crawford.
Cindy Crawford's husband was another. The actor Grant Heslov, businessman Mike Meldman, and former actor Tommy Hinckley. He brought all of them together. They're all his pals, group called the Boys, and he said, here. And he gave each one of them I think it was a suit, like a satchel.
Very expensive briefcase.
Yeah, briefcase.
Apparently it's a designer briefcase.
$1 million in each one of them. $14 million.
This was a while ago.
Yeah.
This was quite a while ago.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But and Clooney's never talked about it because he's not the kind of guy who would talk about it. But and I think Richard Kind is such a big mouth. He's the only. I gotta tell you what George did. You can't believe. You just wouldn't believe what kind of a guy he is. And I just think that's a great story. He also revealed, George Clooney did, that he enjoys watching Chrissy Teigen take down trolls online.
Me too.
That's
we have this in common.
Big entertainment. North Dakota. I don't know why anybody would ever go to North Dakota. I don't care is that where, or is it South Dakota where the Mount Rushmore is?
I think
South Dakota. I think
it's in one of the Dakotas.
Yeah.
So if it's not in North Dakota, there's no reason to go.
I will say this: we have one too many Dakotas.
Well, what's the story about Dakota?
That's true.
Why don't you want to go there?
Do you want to go there? For any reason?
I don't want to go anywhere.
Well, let's give you another reason not to go.
Their monthly mortality rate from COVID-19 is the highest in the world. Not the highest out of the two Dakotas.
Nope.
Not the highest in the United States.
Nope.
Not the highest of any state with the word North in it.
And their government is still...
They're Kristi Noem.
Yeah.
The governor.
Still on the Trump train of
yeah.
No mask mandates and personal responsibility.
It goes North Dakota is number 1, then there's some foreign country, and then South Dakota is number 3.
So the U.S. Senate has unanimously passed a bill naming Salt Lake City's federal courthouse, the thing that most people for some reason seem to hate the way it looks, and they call it the
Katie's
Borg.
looking at it right now.
They call it the Borg Cube. Yeah, it's right out the window there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any big problem with it. I think it's okay. But now I hate it.
Why?
Because the Senate has voted to call it the Senator Orrin Hatch Federal Courthouse. It's yeah. Supporters of
We
Hatch
knew that was coming.
Supporters of Hatch have suggested naming that building for him over the years since it was built in 2013, but so far it's been nameless. As says here, although some residents call it the Borg Cube, which is a reference to a Star Trek alien ship, which it resembles. The Senate initially passed legislation to name the courthouse for Hatch in 2018 as a surprise tribute shortly before he retired. However, that was largely symbolic because congressional rules forbid naming a federal building for a sitting senator or for and the House never even considered it. So there you go. It's now the Senator Orrin Hatch Borg Cube. Utah lawmakers say that they're going to stop homeowners They may stop homeowners associations from forbidding security cameras. A lot of homeowners associations say no, we don't like them. They're ugly. We can't have them.
Crime is ugly. How about that? Crime is ugly.
Utah lawmakers are moving to ban homeowners associations from blocking outdoor security cameras on homes. In March, Linda Nemelka was shot and killed while sitting in her car outside of a Mill Creek home. Police have not identified any suspects. The search for the shooter has been complicated by the lack of any security footage at all, which is a result of a ban on surveillance cameras on the outside of homes implemented by the Homeowners Association in that area. The association is relying on a Utah law that allows them to block the cameras for aesthetic reasons. So, I don't think murder is aesthetic.
It's not.
No, I'm not.
Could you clean that pool of blood off of your sidewalk, please? Aesthetically, it's not very pleasing.
And without any evidence at all, just a day after his election victory was sealed with a concession of his Democratic opponent, Burgess Owens is claiming that Democrats have been attempting to steal elections for years and that the 2020 vote is shedding some light on that practice. This has been going on for quite a while by the Democratic Party, said Owens, in response to a question from Fox Business host Lou Dobbs about allegations of voter fraud. I lived in Philadelphia for 13 years, or 23 years.
Go back.
And it was known for this. Voter fraud. It was known for this, and no one ever brought attention to it. It was just the way it was. We just knew that there was voter fraud going on.
What's your evidence, Burgess?
Nice job, Utah. Way to go. This is a man who doesn't even know the phrase, the term Utahns. He says Utahans, and he spells it with the extra A, because he's not from here, and he doesn't know anything about Utah. So way to go, Utah, for
good job.
electing him.
Good job, Utah.
We've got how many years of oh boy, here comes the fun.
He's two.
For 2 years, yeah.
That's 2 years, and hopefully Mia Love will run against him. And
it's a competition between the dumb.
She would be better than him. I would take
would
Mia
be.
Love over
Yes,
Burgess
she would.
Owens.
Yes, she would. All right.
Sports weather traffic.
So you remember when Amy Donaldson on Monday, we were talking about LeVar Ball? He's the father, the kind of crazy basketball dad, and he's got really good
the
basketball
ball boys,
sons.
yeah. Lemolello is the other one.
Well, he's got it's LiAngelo and LaMelo and Lonzo.
LaMelo.
Yeah. So he's got
The
advice
balls.
for his he's got advice for his sons.
Mm-hmm.
You're never going to meet a nice woman while you're playing basketball. You're not going to find anybody like I found your mom. He says, just going to find a bunch of hoes who want your money.
Probably
is what
true.
He said. It's if you're in this profession, you're not going to get a good woman. So
That's good advice. Thanks, Dad.
Good luck. So good
Well,
luck.
I hope the balls do well in the. Are they all basketball players?
Yes, they're all
All the
they're all
balls.
good and involved in the draft. And the Jazz announced today that they've swapped with the New York Knicks, giving up the number 23 pick for the number 27th pick in the first round and the number 38th pick in the second round. For football, you've got a chance for a BYU-Utah game. They're talking about it. Might happen after Thanksgiving. That would kind of be a nice distraction if they could make that happen. And it's looking good for the Utes to play on Saturday. So far, so good. weather. It's going to be warm today and breezy. Not just breezy. I heard from friends of the program saying breezy. It's downright windy. It's blowing trash all over the place. Okay, so it's downright windy in places, and that's blowing in a storm that's not going to be a lot of precipitation. They're only saying 30 to 40% chance of rain, but it is going to cool things off. High tomorrow only of about 49, and then we'll stay in the mid to upper 40s throughout the weekend. Strong winds in Tooele County. It's going to be a warning for semi-truck drivers. It's strong enough that they need to use some extra caution and slow down their speeds for safety through Tooele County right now. And it is causing some power outages as well, so be aware of that if you come upon traffic laid out, treated as a four-way stop. Crash southbound I-15, 95th South in Sandy. That's affecting the right lane. And that's about it. We've had a fairly light traffic morning, but if you see something, as always, if it's safe for you to text it to us, you can send that in at 33986. Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $59. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Boner candidate number 3 is, well, that should have been noticed and corrected. Your Cracker Barrel store. Cracker Barrel is apologizing after a Twitter user called attention to ropes that resembled nooses hanging from the ceiling at one of the Cracker Barrel restaurants in Connecticut.
What?
Someone at Cracker Barrel in East Windsor needs to explain why there are nooses on the ceiling. Alfonso Robinson wrote on Twitter, "We are sorry this happened." The company replied to Mr. Robinson, explaining that the decoration in question was actually, quote, an antique electric soldering iron that has an original wrapped cord that should not have been displayed. Cracker Barrel also has thanked the guest who originally notified the company so that it could correct its error. Cracker Barrel, a restaurant chain famous for its antiques, told Today Food in a statement that the item should have been noticed and corrected before it was ever displayed. We have removed the item from the Cracker Barrel store. We are working with our teams to determine whether this item or others like it exist in any of our other stores, and if so, they will be removed, the statement said. We want to make sure our decor is welcoming and responsible and representative of the communities we serve. How about the food? But now, I don't think it really was...
They got a good chicken fried steak there. They got...
Do they? I've never been to a Cracker Barrel. I don't think it really was a noose, but it looked enough like one that it should not have been up there. As they said, it was kind of a thing with a round cord around the handle of it.
How about we just stop putting crazy crap on the walls at restaurants?
Well, it's hanging they have all these things hanging from the ceiling, too, which is just as weird.
Work on the food. You don't need crazy crap on the walls.
Make your menu good, and then we'll...
I mean, I saw the the video of this, and they hang things off through the ceiling.
It's whimsical.
I guess. Boner candidate number 3. Well, that should have been noticed and corrected.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Escape by sea. It's a suspect trying to escape FBI agents using an underwater sea scooter. He was down under the water for a while. They just knew where he was because they could see the bubbles. Boner candidate number 2, it was our spirit animal. Everyone outraged, Canada shocked by the killing of a rare white moose. And boner candidate number 3, well, that should have been noticed and corrected.
Okay, here we go. This is round 2 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. Put that candidate number, that single digit, in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting November 18, 2020. Now remember, this is round 2 of your Boner Voting. This doesn't make it Boner of the Day. It needs to go into Boner Dome, the winner here of this round, and defeat candidate number 1 from round 1. So we'll take both of our winners and put them against each other at 9:20. That's when you decide Boner of the Day at that time. All right. You have until the end of these messages to vote for round 2. Here we go. RandLife.com.
Yeah, let me just tell you how flippin' easy it is to refinance your mortgage with Rand Life. I did my second refi with Rand Life. I'm going to do it. I did it because the rates were so low. Rand Life showed me if I did the refinance, I could make it a 15-year payoff, and I could save over $250,000 on my mortgage by paying it off sooner. So. Now, my wife was right when she said, you'd have to be flippin' stupid to not do this. Rand Life, really, they're great. They're a local mortgage company. They make these things very easy, simple to do. You can do almost every single bit of a refinance or getting a new mortgage online with Rand Life. Give them a call, 801-478-4500. That's 478-4500. They do have a website. You can go there as well. It's randlife.com. It's time for Beat Gina, the game show that always assures there's a peaceful transfer of power. When the game is decided, you can be sure that Gina will peacefully hand over a prize, deserved or not. So join in the fun, and don't worry about losing your precious game show democracy when you listen to Beat Gina. And now, here he is, the defender of game show democracy, the host who fights for the truth, the justice, and the game show way. He won't let the show fall into chaos. No, he's the one, the only, Kerry Smilin' Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. Good to have you back.
It's good to be here.
Well,
it's
let's
good to be anywhere.
Good to be above ground, as
Yes.
my uncle used to say. All right, we do have a contestant on the phone. We tossed a coin off air to determine that Scott will be our contestant. And Scott, are you there?
I am here, thank you.
All right,
Hi, Scott.
Scott has promised to go to Moochie's as much as possible.
Excellent.
Have Philly
Good
cheese.
choice.
It's not much of a sacrifice.
we all do our part in this desperate time.
Get the Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah.
Get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls there. They're
I will
delicious.
try that. I've never had that before.
All right. We will toss a coin now to determine who goes first in this game, Scott. It gives you an advantage. Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. Coin toss app says it is heads, as you can see. All right. I think that means you go first. That means you have an advantage in the game. This first question is yours alone to answer correctly. If you do, you get a point. If you get it incorrect, Gina then gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll then go back and forth until somebody has 3 points. So, Scott, Shaun of the Dead trivia. First question. What pub does everybody take refuge in? It's the name of the pub that everybody takes refuge in. Is it A, the Winchester, B, the Dorchester, C, Squatters, or D, the Sun Trap?
I'm going to go with A.
That would be a good choice. Thank you.
It's 1-0 for Scott. Now let's test Gina's knowledge of the wonderful comic zombie movie Shaun of the Dead. It's her turn to answer.
Gina.
Yes.
Nick Frost plays a character named Ed in the movie.
Yes.
What is written on Ed's T-shirt through the length of the movie? Is it A, I'd rather be Russian than a Democrat? B, I am drunk? C, I got wood? Or D, the word boner with like 2 robots on it?
B.
I am drunk?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Really?
Scott.
Chance to steal. Scott, what's the answer?
C.
I got wood is correct.
It's 2-0 for Scott, and in what may be a clean sweep, Scott controls the question. with his dominance of the knowledge of the wonderful comic movie Shaun of the Dead.
It's better to be lucky than good.
All right. Scott, what crazy thing does Big Al believe? What crazy thing does Big Al believe? A, that there's a secret basement under Comet Pizza. B, dogs cannot look up. C, cats can secretly talk. Or D, COVID-19 is a hoax.
I'm going to go with B. I'm not sure about this one.
B, dogs cannot look up?
Uh-huh.
That is correct.
Scott, you win the game.
Wow.
Not only are you
Hooray.
going to enjoy delicious food at Moochie's, meatballs and more, you win a Radio from Hell tote bag.
To put all your sandwiches in.
Your totes and sandwiches and egg rolls.
Egg rolls and all that.
Congratulations, Scott, and for helping transfer power peacefully here on BG.
Oh, no problem. It's nice to finally meet you, Johnny.
All right, Scott.
Thank you.
Hang on the line.
Johnny fan.
Hang on the line.
I'll put that down as one fan.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information there, Scott. Thanks. Got things that must go right here, but first let's quickly award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Creamed Corn.
And get takeout from Diversion. Feed 4 people from just $30. Get 30 wings with 2 sauce choices, 2 side dips, and 2 regular sides, fries or chips and salsa. Open daily from 11 to 9, 3rd West 535 North, or diversioneatery.com.
And Bob won a Diversion Eatery gift card for being a random voter. Boner candidate number 1, Escape by Sea, didn't win. Number 3, that should have been noticed and taken care of. The Cracker Barrel, that didn't win. What did win, clearly, was Boner candidate number 2. It was our spirit animal.
There you go. That is the winner of round 2's voting. It goes forward. It might be Boner of the Day. It will go up against the winner of round 1. We'll take both of those winners, and Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Things that must go now, brought to you by
Feldman's Deli, Utah's only authentic Jewish deli, now offering takeout and curbside service. For more information, visit feldmansdeli.com or call 801-906-0369.
Things that must go on the radio.
These are things that are just bugging the hell out of you. You can't stand it anymore. You will have no more of it. And so you put it in an email. That's how you deal with it. You put it in an email. This must go. And you
Why
send
are you
it
so
to
aggressive about this?
Well, because that's what happened. Send it to Radio from Hell, and you say, there. So you put it in an email, and you send it to Radio from Hell, and you say, there. Now it's out of my life. And if we read it on the air, might make you feel better. Huh?
He's right, Gina. This feature is not called "I'd like you to leave, please."
Yes, it's things that must go. Thank you,
Would
Carrie.
you mind telling?
Would you mind getting out of here? So anyway, go ahead, Carrie. Why don't you start with
okay.
Goes.
Just on a personal note, before I get to the 2 official ones, things that must go. Having to search the internet for Ripley's heart medicine.
Oh, that's not easy
your
to
dog,
get.
Your
There's
little dog.
There's a countrywide shortage, and my dog's cardiologist only has so much, and she has to spread it out with all of her patients, and so we can only get so much. Also, that we have to give her pills in the morning and at night every day for the rest of her life, and she hates the pill pockets. And even if you wrap it up in a piece of ham, she will find the pill. She just knows. All right. Let's see, this one from, no name on it, so here we go. Here are my very privileged things that must go. I work with quite a few people in Europe. Often they have to stay late to schedule meetings during the U.S. workday. I don't think that it's fair, so I've offered to meet them as early as 5 a.m. with them, although I prefer 6 or 7 a.m. The must go, when someone tries to schedule a meeting at 3:30 a.m. Like, I get it. Scheduling meetings can be rough, but when you reschedule it at 1 a.m. for me to meet at 3:30 a.m., that just isn't happening. Okay. And finally, my dog's bum leg. We've had 2 surgeries so far, one corrective, one snapped ACL, and now she's limping on it again, and I'm worried it will call for surgery. I'm lucky, I'm working, I can pay these bills, afford appointments and x-rays to look at it, but the thought of putting her through that again is just too much. Make the pain in limping her leg go. Well, if she had Bill's medical marijuana card, maybe.
There you go.
Let's see. Hello, Lords and Katie. What must go? Driving to work as a high school zoology teacher and being unable to pull over immediately to, excuse me, with the platypus discussion from yesterday. My head nearly exploded. Platypuses are mammals, furry, and produce milk for their young, but are in a special order of weirdos called monotremes that lay eggs. I will stop myself from going full-on nerd and describing their physiology any more than that. The fact that their snout looks like a duck's bill is superficial and a case of convergent evolution due to their eating strategy. Which brings me to, oh my God, the spoonbill. The spoonbill is a bird, specifically a species of ibis. The glowy bits their skin and fur produce is a bioluminescent protein. We don't know why yet, but it's recently been discovered that possums also glow under UV. Wow. Avatar wasn't wrong. And last, I swear, male platypuses do have venomous spurs on their hind legs, so no snuggling with them. They're a weird animal, and I love them so much.
All right.
Oh, Vanessa, thank you.
Gina?
Let's see. When I can't figure out things that must go. When I can't figure out the shows Carrie's drops are from, you need a catalog. Right now, I'm currently dying at the Irish Sex Addict drop. I finally figured out all the drops from the Baroness von Sketch show. Thanks for letting me listen.
The Scottish show is called Game Face, and it's on Hulu.
It's hilarious. People who water their lawn in November must go. Yes. People who speak extremely loud into the speaker at a drive-thru. The cashier can hear you just fine. You don't have to yell. Let's see. Good morning, and thank you for letting me listen. Anyone over the age of 12 wearing a onesie in public must go. Katie would like to comment on this one. Katie says onesies are awesome, and I will probably wear my Triceratops onesie anywhere. No one is too old for a onesie. That comes from Katie. And this from Buddy. What must go? That seaman recruit E1 status must go after they finish boot camp. Navy personnel should be promoted to seaman apprentice E2 right away.
Yeah.
This is for Festus. And also another Festus thing that must go. Festus's Gunsmoke name. After he finishes medic training, we should give him a new name. We should start calling him Doc. Stay groovy, Buddy.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. This one says, hello, Lords of Morning Radio. I have only one thing that must go today because it's when I'm drinking any beverage from a cup, especially ice-cold water, and it catches in my mustache and pours down my shirt. I don't need to look like I just participated in a wet T-shirt contest. Jeez. Well, listen, lady, if you trim your mustache, it says, as always, thanks for letting me listen. And if you want to use my name, it's okay. It's Adam. This one says, good morning, Lords and Ladies of Morning Radio. I have only one thing that must go. Tax dollars should no longer be spent providing politicians health care and leaving Americans to go broke. I am by no means worse off than most people in the state. I've been lucky enough to have a job through this mess. Even what would be considered a decent-paying job is not enough when you add cancer into the mix.
Oh.
They have been in D.C. fighting over health care for citizens because they're not affected. And what he means by this is that they have health care.
Yeah.
I would like to know what makes them better than the rest of us. It's not like they're doing their jobs anyway. If anyone else did their jobs with the productivity that Congress moves at, they would have been fired a long time ago. The only thing that they can vote on without complaining, abstaining, filibustering, or otherwise tacking on special interest motives is when they give themselves a raise. Thanks for letting me listen. Please keep this anonymous.
All right. Thank you very much.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Okay, we've got Boner Fight coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, a reasonable amount of news, all that and more on the way. Stand by. Don'tDriveDirty.com is the website for Quick Quack.
Yeah, why would you want to drive dirty? That would be stupid.
It's nice to have the subscription. Is that what they call it, a subscription?
Membership.
Membership. Because then you can go every day if you want. I kind of get addicted to washing my car when I have the opportunity to do that.
And it doesn't take a lot of time because Quick Quack Car Wash is fast. 3 minutes pretty much, and you are through the washing. And then you vacuum, or choose not to vacuum if you like, but the vacuums are free. Don'tDriveDirty.com. Get your affordable monthly membership and locations for Quick Quack Car Wash. Look for that big yellow duck. That's the important thing. Quick Quack Car Wash. Don'tDriveDirty.com. There are 26 locations along the Wasatch Front. I think their newest one is in Brigham City. And it's a quality wash. Oh, and they use green materials, non-polluting stuff. They're about the greenest car washes could possibly be. Don'tDriveDirty.com.
And now, let's try to beat Gina. It's the game show that even the living dead love to play. It's the kooky, ooky, and altogether spooky Halloween edition of our game. We have horror trivia galore all this month and fabulous prizes to get. It's a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, let's meet our host, the man who knows that when hell is full, the dead will walk the earth. When he's not hosting our game, he's out killing zombies. Kerry Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. How are things in the basement?
Oh, dusty.
Dust. How do you keep your pipes working so well and all that dust, Johnny?
I thrive on dust.
Oh, okay. The announcer anomaly, that is Johnny. All right. We, off the air, we tossed a coin to determine who would be our contestant, and we have decided that, the coin has decided, that is, Debbie is going to be our contestant for Beat Gina right now. Debbie, are you there?
I am. Good morning.
Hi, Debbie. All right, Debbie, we're going to toss a coin again to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Debbie, heads or tails?
Heads, please.
Heads. All right. Coin toss app says tails. Uh-oh. That means Gina goes first. Okay. All right. So this is it. It's Night of the Living Dead trivia. Gina goes first. Debbie, this means that this question is solely for Gina. She gets to answer it without any interference from you, like Orange 45. Don't step in there.
Shut up, man. Don't make me say it, Debbie.
But if she gets it wrong, you get a chance to steal the point away by answering the question correctly. So pay attention, even though it's not your question. Gina.
Yes.
Oh, first person to 3 points wins. As she fled from the cemetery zombie,
okay,
Barbara crashed the car that she and Johnny had arrived in. What did she hit? Was it A, a tree, B, a gas station, C, a popcorn stand, or D, Dennis Quaid's dignity?
I'm going to say a tree.
A tree is correct.
Yes.
It's 1-0 for Gina. Now, Debbie, you control the question, and we'll have a chance to tie the game. And, Debbie, we're having a little hard time hearing you. At least I am.
Yes.
Maybe you could step up to your phone a little more.
Okay, is that any better?
It's a little bit better, but speak up there. Debbie,
okay.
Where did Ben find his truck? Was it A, at the big Trucktober sales event? He saved a great deal of money on... B, Beekman's Diner. C, the Naughty Pine Cafe in Loa. Ask for Hazel. Or D, the Peach Pit Diner.
I'm going to go with B.
Beekman's Diner is correct.
That is correct. It's now tied 1-1. Gina's turn to try and answer a question.
Gina, which actor/actress played one of the Trapped Seven as well as one of the Living Dead? Was it A, Carl Hardman, B, Marilyn Monroe, C, Dame Judi Dench, because she can play anything, or D, Marilyn Eastman?
I'll go with D, Marilyn Eastman.
That is correct.
That was really difficult. It's 2-1. Debbie, now you have a chance to tie.
Debbie, what is Karen Cooper's single line of dialogue in the film? I hurt. That's A. B, MAGA. C, I turned myself into a pickle. I'm Pickle Karen. Or D, I can feel myself rot.
Oh. D.
I can feel myself rot? Good
Yeah.
guess, but incorrect. I'm sorry. Gina?
Well, then it would have to be, as much as I want it to be, Pickle Karen.
You're going to win. You're going to win, you know, if you get this right, Gina. And we
keep
won't have
going
any
for a
more of
minute?
these. We won't have any more of these fabulous questions.
Oh, okay, you turned me Pickle Karen. That's my answer.
Oh, no. Gina, that's incorrect. It's I
Oh.
hurt. Okay.
But you still control the question, I believe. That was the steal, so you still
Okay.
Yeah,
control
that was
the question.
steal, so
Yes.
now this is your question. You control it. Gina, what does Ben use to keep the undead at bay? Is it A, that new Vin Diesel record? Have you heard it?
Yeah.
B, fire. C, circles of salt on the ground. Or D, an apple a day. Keeps the zombies away. That's the old saying, right?
That's what I heard. Yeah. I don't know. Do we need to stretch this out anymore, or should I just put a stake in it?
Yeah, we can just.
Okay. That would be torches. That would be fire.
Fire. There we go. You
Gina
are the winner,
wins
Gina.
the game.
Oh,
Fabulous.
Gina, way to go.
Yeah, way to go, Gina. That was
It's all
brilliant.
good. It's all good.
Debbie, you were a good sport. Would you like the promise of someday getting a Radio from Hell tote bag?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
Okay.
Hang on the line. We'll get your information, and someday someone will contact you about how to get it.
Sensuous. Sensuous. Spell it with me now. Sensuous. And now we'll use it in some dialogue between our two Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Elder LeGrand R. Dunn is on the roof of his lovely West Valley bungalow installing some new shingles. His friend LeVar is down below on the porch having a nice cold glass of root beer. Again, the word is sensuous. Looks like you're doing a bang-up job with them shingles, LeGrand. That hole's being patched up just fine.
Well, I got to get this done before the snow flies. I don't want no leaking on my food storage room again this winter.
Well, if you don't want no leaking in the food storage, then you should keep LeGrand Jr. out of there. What? Nothing. Looks like it's kind of hot up there, LeGrand.
Yep. I'm as hot up here as a tin-roof cat house.
You're what?
Nothing. Hey, what's that you're drinking down there?
Rut beer. Nice, ice-cold rut beer. Bet you could use some up there.
I could for sure. I'm as hot as a hot dog with mustard and relish.
Well, say, that's pretty hot. Bet you a nice cold Fanta root beer would sure go down good about now.
Yep, I'm really hot, LeVar. I'm so hot that if you was to, hold an old, dry Christmas tree next to me, it would just go up like a match.
What?
I'm a hot tamale, LeVar.
Well, that's hot. Hot for sure. Bet you could use a cold drink. Some Fanta root beer, maybe. Like the one I'm sitting here in the Shays Lounge drinking right now.
Yep. I'm a firecracker, LeVar.
Why would you say that, LeGrand?
Never mind. I think maybe I'll just get down. Climb all the way down the ladder and go all the way into the kitchen and maybe get myself a sandwich and a cold drink.
What? Cold drink like a rut beer?
Maybe.
Well, what kind of sandwich would you get?
Pickled egg and tuna. Why?
Well, I was thinking that since you was getting down the ladder and going into the house, since you was doing that, maybe you could get me a sandwich as well and another nice cold root beer too? Since you was already thinking about going.
Look out below!
LeGrand, I was nearly... That flat of shingles nearly hit me. You should be more careful. That was an accident, wasn't it, LeGrand?
Because, on this day?
Yeah, in 1960. Kim Wilde. Not her real name.
Oh.
That's her DJ name. She's a DJ.
Is that right?
Kim Smith. No one gets excited about Kim Smith.
No.
You get excited about Kim Wilde.
You see, kids, that song was at one time considered alternative.
Yeah. It was.
Yeah.
Reached number 2 on the UK charts in 1983 and on the Billboard 100. Made it to 25 there. So we've been doing the alternative music a long time. And that was in heavy rotation.
That rotation was so heavy I couldn't lift it. God, it was heavy.
Oh man!
And if you enjoy that kind of music, I encourage you to go to x96.com and look for the cow thing there, and click on that cow, and you'll be taken to our special online and HD2 channel that specializes in classic alternative. You can listen to it on your HD radio as well in your car.
So I was mentioning this morning that I had applied for my medical marijuana card through the state of Utah. And I just got notification via email that this is to notify you that a qualified medical cannabis or a qualified medical provider has added a medical cannabis certification to your application. So that means that my doctor went in and found that my name was there and said, yes, I'm willing to prescribe cannabis for this patient. It says, your status is now awaiting payment. So I have to log back into the electronic verification system, and I have to fill out a bunch more stuff.
What's your copay for weed?
Well, the card costs $15.
Well,
and I think you have to I think you have to renew it for $5 like every 6 months. For some, they just want to check on you.
Mm-hmm.
You have to, but then again, I don't know because I've never done this. Then I think they investigate you a little bit, and they may
could still deny you.
I think so. I think they could say,
Bill Allred, he's on the Radio from Hell show. We're not going to let him have cannabis.
Well, thanks a lot, Gina. You just ruined it.
I hope you went by your legal name because maybe they won't catch it.
I did go by my legal name, Dustin Dinford. My real name is Dustin Dinford, but that's kind of hard to say on the radio. So, and then it says you can call and if we deny you, you can call and plead your case. And then there's a whole thing where they track all your purchases.
What do you
make
mean
sure
they track all that you're not
purchase history. Yeah, once you finally get there and you're buying your medical marijuana, I'm pretty damn sure insurance has nothing to do with this. You pay you go and you buy it, and I would assume. I don't.
Can I have the generic brand of marijuana, please? It's cheaper than the name brand.
Hey, give me. I don't want the Acapulco Gold. I just want the Give me the sticks and the seeds and the stems. That's all I want.
Western Family, is that?
Yeah. Give me the house brand.
Yeah,
Kirkland.
Western Family.
Yeah, could I have the house
brand?
Yeah. But yeah, I think they still have to go through a whole. You know what they've started to do too, which I just realized bothers the heck out of me, is card you every time you go to the liquor store, whether they know you or not, whether you look to be of age or not. They're carding you every time. And you notice they don't just look at your card, they scan it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But I suspect that they are somehow keeping track of how much I drink.
You paranoid, Bill? You think
Yes.
you're going to they're going to send an intervention over to...
Why do I have to tell them every single damn time? Why do they have to make a record of every time I go to the liquor store? Because they scan that card, that goes somewhere, goes into some sort of a record, a database.
What do you think
sound
they're
a little
doing?
paranoid about that.
What do you think they're doing with this info?
Well, I don't know. And I don't know that. I mean, I don't care, really. I don't
Maybe
care.
they're going to give you a prize. Maybe
Yeah.
if you make
Wow,
it...
he drank 40 quarts of bourbon this
It's like
year.
a sandwich punch card, maybe.
Yeah.
No,
that's not going to happen. They're keeping track of you every time you go to the liquor store. That's just kind of essy, I think. And it's unnecessary.
I would have to ask our attorney if they do, in fact, use this information against you in some way.
Not yet. I don't think they'll figure out. They haven't figured out a way to use it against you yet. So I don't know. Now I'm just kind of fascinated. I assume I'll get the medical marijuana card, and I'm fascinated to go to the dispensary and see how that all
And
works.
shop?
And what? Yeah, I guess you do.
What are you hoping? What are you hoping to gain from this?
What? I don't. That's a weird question. What do you mean?
No. I mean, is this for a like for pain?
Yes.
Is that what you're hoping to?
Yeah. Well, I think that's pretty much what everybody does it for.
Yeah.
I don't know what but Gina, I have a limp. I'm hoping it cures my limp.
Well,
my eyes are going bad. I hope it improves my vision.
A thoughtful paranoid has this suggestion, Bill: when you go to the liquor store, use your passport. There's no barcode to scan.
There isn't. There's no barcode on your.
That's
Wait,
what,
I got
that's
a
what this
passport
text
right here.
says. Go take a look at it and say.
I got an old passport right here. Look.
All right.
Just handy? You have no.
Well, it's an old one. It's a canceled one. There's. I believe that would be a barcode, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
right
Okay.
there.
I guess there is. Sorry,
There's a
texter.
barcode on your passport. Sorry.
They scanned my ID for beers at the local gas station too.
It's the new law. I mean, I feel bad for is the people that work at the liquor stores, because I've been in line behind people and every one of them bitches. And the guy's like, "I'm sorry, it's the new law. We have to have it. It's just the way it is." That's who I feel sorry for.
They're only scanning it to check to see if it's valid. They're not keeping track of it.
No, that's what they say.
Yeah. Like I said, we'd have to ask our attorneys. Has your purchase history ever been used against you in a court of law?
Or is there going to be some? So there's some kind of like a warning, like they scan it, they go, oh no, oh no, you can't buy liquor. Because we know this about whatever it is.
All right.
We know this. You have a previous arrest for drunkenness, or
well, I don't know. We have to ask our attorneys about that. Coming up, we got Boner Fight. We got a reasonable amount of news. Stand by for all of that. So they never ask for your ID at BuiltBar.com.
Oh, listen, I got one right here. It's right here by my passport. Look at that.
What flavor is that, Gina?
I have the cherry Barcia.
I just had that one.
That's the one I didn't. I saved that for very last of the other. I just got a new box of them.
Well, let me help you.
I saved it for last because I didn't think I'd like it, and I did.
I was going to say, let me help you with that one because it's quite tasty. That one and the peanut butter is probably one of my favorites.
I have the cookies and cream right here, and then there's a coconut one that tastes like an Almond Joy.
Mm-hmm.
And the nice thing about all of these Built Bars is not only are they tasty, protein. They taste like a candy bar, but they have so much protein in them. They're healthy. They're low calorie, 17 grams of protein, 130 calories only in each bar. And right now you can get them at a great discount if you just go to their website, BuiltBar.com. Use the promo code X20. BuiltBar.com, the promo code X20. You'll get 20% off your first order. Go to BuiltBar.com.
So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement. Dr. Jones, he says, our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual, and it involves golden milk.
You do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it. Then you brought it up yesterday, and so I looked it up. And I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda, health practices, ancient healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Yeah, let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk. Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk. 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric. A 1/4 teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick, 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, to finish it on.
Black
on the
pepper.
top.
Sounds
And
good.
It's so you've bought it. You haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it.
Yeah.
Which stains everything it touches.
Yellow.
And I said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And and I can see what, because, yeah, you want to sip a little hot drink no, you have to sit.
And
so
did he?
He did.
Okay.
And managed to stay in things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about, it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed.
It says here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger-infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
It's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after.
Yes.
And they were all orange.
No, you need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it. Use the same cups every time, so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric golden milk.
These are the golden milk cups.
Yeah, golden milk cups.
Yeah,
I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
it sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I don't understand why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid for it.
If my kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast, just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes.
I've just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes.
He is. Are you sure about the showering
yes.
thing?
He is.
All right, 9:23, so we'll have for you Boner Fight in about 5 or 6 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Young Power Sports in Pleasant View, Utah's newest power sports dealer. They have the right Kawasaki, Suzuki, or Polaris machine for you to take on the dirt. Browse inventory at youngpowersports.com or come see them. Think young, ride young.
Well, we're just talking about the scanning your ID at the liquor store. Mm-hmm. New state law, the DABC required clerks to scan the barcode on the back of a state-issued ID card or enter a person's birth date to verify age. The agency said it'll accept a state-issued ID card, valid driver's license, military ID, valid passport. The DABC said that the only information that is retained, and we're taking their word for this, the only information that is detained is date of birth and the validity of the ID. Any information scanned will only include the date of birth, validity of ID. No personal information, such as name, address, or item purchased, will be retained in any way. Although they could do that. Scanned information certainly is not kept. The 100% ID compliance takes effect October 5. At its monthly commission meeting, DABC reported a decline in sales. But so they claim that they just do it, that it confirms it's a legitimate ID.
Bill's still suspicious, though.
Of course I am. I think you'd have to be an idiot to not be suspicious. If the government gets a chance to spy on you, they will.
Why would they care?
Think of why they care, Gina. Who are all those people up at the Utah State Legislature? Who are 90% of them? Do they want you sinning? No, they don't.
I was just surprised. I saw some photos of the interior of the new liquor store they opened up somewhere
Nice.
in northern Utah County.
Saratoga
Springs.
Springs.
That's
That's what it was.
And, I was surprised to see that it didn't look like our traditional shame centers.
Mhm.
I mean, it actually looked like a store,
Yeah,
which
very
surprised
nice.
me. Yeah.
They say that they did this policy that went into effect on October 5th. They say that they've long required ID to purchase liquor, but it's been left to the discretion of the person. If you look over 35, they generally wouldn't card you. The policy shift was brought about by several factors, including a desire to avoid complaints about cashiers scanning one customer's ID but ignoring other people's, the requirement that face coverings be worn in all liquor stores to slow the spread of COVID-19. Oh, now that's the most persuasive thing I've heard yet.
Yeah, that's what I was told.
It's hard to tell how old you are
Mhm.
sometimes
Yeah.
if you're wearing that face covering, and to prevent people who are underage from.
Yeah. That's what I was told, is because of the masks, we have to see your ID. That's what they told me. Besides, I keep my credit card next to my driver's license, so it's easy to pull out both at the same time.
And it's also, they really want to know how much you're drinking and what product it is.
Well, if they want to know that, they can just come to my bottle bins that I keep on the side of the house.
Spike Lee's going to direct a movie about Viagra, apparently. It's a musical.
What?
It's a musical
What?
about the creation of Viagra. I don't know. Maybe it'll be fine. Harvey Weinstein has COVID.
Good.
He's very ill with it, and they are saying that Harvey Weinstein may die from COVID.
I'm not sad about this.
Al Franken is, it's looking kind of like he's going to make a comeback, try to run for office again.
Please do. We need more Al Frankens.
I listened to Al Franken's podcast, which is called, creatively enough, Al Franken's podcast, and you forget how truly funny he is, for one thing.
Oh, yeah.
But how smart he is.
Mm-hmm. We
And
would all be better off with Al Franken and all.
He was kind of a sacrificial lamb.
Yes.
He admits.
That's once again an example of the Democrats doing the right thing, and where Republicans get accused of these things all the time, and they just say, yeah, so, and then go on. But the Democrats are like, no, we really should. You probably should resign.
You're right. The Democrats are saints. They really are.
I wouldn't say saints so much as suckers.
They do that kind of thing all the time.
A couple of other quick items here. Lay's has a new potato chip on the market, which I don't think these are for Democrats. Salted caramel flavor potato chips. Delicious, yes. And maybe you want to wash it down with an apple pie flavored Pepsi Cola.
I mean, I'll try this stuff,
apple pie flavored Pepsi Cola.
It's cinnamon Coke. It's essentially.
Okay.
Oh, is it just kind of cinnamon?
It's just essentially the same thing. Yeah. But
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
It's Pepsi. It's the Democrat of colas, so they have to try harder. Well, those Republican Coke people, they beat us every time. Well, let's just call it cinnamon. All right, let's see. The winner from Boner's Round 1 was To the Side of the Road Is No Place to Be Performing Penetrative Acts. This is a couple having sex, like right by the side of the road in Florida, and the police apparently watched them for quite some time. because they observed them doing many things until they got to what the police referred to as the penetrative act. So that's the boner candidate there, I think, is that the police sort of watched them for quite a while. They said, well, we were trying to determine exactly what they were doing. That was number one. Going up against number two, it was our spirit animal, people in Canada outraged and shocked by the killing of a rare white moose. Who do you think's going to win this one?
All right, there you go. You've got to decide right now. This is Boner of the Day. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. And then you text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, November 18, 2020, and vote online. If you don't see the box on our website to vote, refresh your browser. It should appear because we just threw it up there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is Boner of the Day. Go.
The music starts at 10.
X96.com/live is where you can see us broadcasting live from our homes. Proof of life right there.
I just realized it's where you can see me grimacing.
Why so grimacing, Bill?
Yeah, for 19 weeks, yeah.
Well, really, just today, just the last half hour or so, I never get headaches. I don't ever get a headache. It's something that never has been a problem with me. And I've got a headache. I don't.
Is it this big? Does it have Excedrin written all over it?
It's not huge, but because I never get a headache, it's like just almost unbearable. And yet I realize it's not very bad. But it's just like, oh my God.
How much water are you drinking?
Yeah, you drinking enough water?
Probably not.
That's a big one. I've been getting headaches recently because I'm not drinking enough water.
Jeez.
That's
Carrie's
not bubbly water.
That's not Carrie. That's Dr. Nick.
I have a pill that will help you, Bill.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pills that would help me are downstairs.
Oh well, okay. Gina, what were you playing with? What did you have?
Well, just so school. It starts for Jonesy tomorrow. Actually,
so Friday?
Yeah, well, it's orientation day, so
okay,
and it's for all intents.
That's where that orientation day is where they tell them which direction to face
to orient yourself, right?
Yeah.
So it is upon us, and Muhammad starts next week. And I had ordered some of Muhammad's uniform from Land's End. And so I was getting it out of the box yesterday and getting ready to, wash some of those clothes so they can be ready for Monday. And I'm pulling all the papers out of the box. At the bottom of the box, there's this card. And it says, I'm showing you at x96.com/live. It says a special gift for customers of Land's End, a $100 wine voucher.
Wow.
Delivery included, it says.
Well, you have to remember, Land's End is a land where grown-ups live. So.
That's what I was going to say. It's something called nakedwines.com. And I went there, and it's like a wine of the month club. You can buy cases of wine there, and I have to claim this within 30 days to get my $100 worth of wine.
Does it have states that are excluded on it?
Well, of course Utah's excluded.
Well, I think there might be a way you can do it.
No, there's no.
You sure?
You can't ship wine. You can't ship wine.
You can to the liquor store.
Yeah, how does that work now?
I think there might be a way you can have it shipped to the liquor store.
Because Pro Flowers did the same thing. They would send, thank you for your purchase, and here's, X amount of dollars at a wine store, and I could never use them. I'd send them to Drew in California, and he used them.
Well, I posted this on Twitter, so probably somebody has stolen my codes already. I would love to know if somebody got that and is getting their $100 worth of wine. But Land's End knows what parents need when they're getting ready for school this year, and I think $100 worth of wine is a great school supply to supply for parents.
You said it. You said it's upon us. I think you said Catholic school is upon. It's upon us. Is that's a Catholic holiday I'm not familiar with?
Upon us?
What is the Catholic
Saint
holiday
upon
of
us.
upon us? Saint upon us. What is
the
that?
patron saint of quarantines is
Saint upon us.
Yeah. So what's here? It's happening. It's school. We're doing school.
Okay.
Now, I have never ordered a case of anything from the liquor store. Never done that.
Either.
And Sue told me that I should order a couple of cases of those sparkling wines in the can that Jimmy had for us last week. And so I just went, can I do that online, or do I need to go down there? I've never done that before.
I don't know for sure, but I know you can do it.
Yeah.
You probably need to go down there.
I think you have to go there.
And see,
or you might be able to online, because they could verify your they could verify your information online.
Yeah, it sounds like a question for Jimmy the wine guy next time we have him on.
Well, I can't wait that long, can I?
I need to drink now.
The weekend is coming, Gina.
And unfortunately, there's no other way to contact Jimmy other than just when he's on our show.
I know, right?
Yeah. Damnedest thing.
All right. All right, time to award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by ribs and brisket and cream corn and stuff.
And protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
Well, I'm surprised that Boner candidate number one, to the side of the road, there's no place to be performing penetrative acts, did quite well in the Boner voting. But not well enough. It was doubled in votes by number two. It was our spirit animal, whoever shot the white moose up in Canada, wins a Boner of the Day.
Okay, there you go. That's your Boner of the Day for today, November 18, 2020. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That'll be decided on Friday at about this time by Dave the Flower Guy. Yes,
Well,
Gina?
I waited all day to see if Bill would cover the important news story of the day.
Mm-hmm.
He has not.
If it's important, why would you wait? Why wouldn't
Well,
you say, Bill, we have to get to this story?
Well, because I
Are you
wanted
testing me all the time? Is that what
yes.
it is?
And I thought, surely the next newscast he will. And so we just did our final newscast of this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Very disappointed, Bill. It only happens once a year.
It's really true, Gina. I let you down constantly, don't I?
People Magazine's Sexiest Man Alive was announced.
Oh, it was?
You just totally ignored it.
I didn't see it. I think
You don't go to the same websites.
Well, no.
I get alerts when
Actually,
the
I get a
Sexiest
news
Man
feed
Alive.
from
People Magazine?
No, I get it's from Entertainment Weekly, I think. Yeah.
Michael B. Jordan is 2020's Sexiest Man Alive.
It's a good choice. Yeah.
You're right. I did see that, and I should have mentioned it. It's in my news. It's in my pile of news, and I should have mentioned it. I meant to.
All the hard work he has done to be sexy, and you are not acknowledging his
He has great
sexiness.
genetic makeup, and he had really a good combination of genes.
The sexiness is not just about how you look.
It is in that
attitude.
publication. No, it's People Magazine. It's just
Well, I have some audio of him talking about it on Jimmy Kimmel last night.
Okay.
That's where they announced it was.
If you'd like to hear it.
Sure.
Do you feel more pressure now to look good now that you are the sexiest man alive?
I think the expectation now is like it's a little unreasonable. Just a little bit, but it's a cool title to have.
How do you find out? Like, how does the news come to you?
For me, I was in the car. I was driving with one of my boys. We were going on an errand and a run, and my publicist and my manager gives me a call, and first thing they ask, they're on speakerphone. Who are you with? I'm like, I'm with Bryce. He's like, okay, Bryce's family. He can know. I said, oh, okay, cool, because they keep this thing super like, under lock and key. And then they told me the news, and it was a moment like, oh, really? Like, is me? And I was like, yeah, you. And then they kind of had this little banter back and forth, but it was a cool moment.
I bet it was. Yeah. Did Bryce immediately start making fun of you, or did he wait?
No, he at least waited till they hung up the phone, and then he immediately started, like, cracking jokes. I mean, that's the thing. When you get Sexiest Man, it's like, that's cool to everybody else, but anybody that really knows you, that's just just another way they can give jabs to you.
Oh, yeah.
So like, they were talking a lot of
That's stuff. When you wish you had no friends.
Exactly. Exactly. It's like, with friends like this, why do you need enemies? You don't need enemies when you got friends like this.
Now, I saw some pictures. I haven't seen the magazine yet, but Dan Levy from Schitt's Creek is, because there's the cover guy, and then there's a bunch of other guys inside.
The also-rans.
Yes.
Yeah. And I was happy to see Dan, because I think Dan is super cute.
Well, as long as he keeps his eyebrows plucked. If he doesn't, if he doesn't get those things waxed occasionally, you just don't want to see him.
That's why his dad always missed out on that title. Never kept him.
I don't know why I don't.
Never kept him.
I don't know why.
No, he's a good choice, and we can now say that the Sexiest Man Alive is a fan of anime and has been in 2 different Marvel movies.
Yeah.
He's the Human Torch and Killmonger.
Well.
All right. Okay.
Well, I gave you all show, Bill, and you let me down, so we'll try again next year.
Were you surprised that I would let you down?
No.
Don't I let you down all the... Gina, that's kind of what in the morning I think, how can I disappoint Gina today? That's the first thing I think of when I get up. Is there some way that I can let Gina down?
Oh, no. See, you did say that Dan Levy was an honorable mention in Sexiest Man, but there's his picture in People Magazine, and I don't think you can see it. It's x96.com/live. What he's wheeling out, it's his bottle recycling.
Yeah.
See, Carrie, you were just talking about your bottle recycling.
This is exactly what ours looks like, actually.
It is chock full.
Who else was an also ran, Gina?
I got out of the.
Well, that's
closed that
disappointing.
window. Well,
you've
tell you what.
Way to go! I thought we could have a whole story here, but you've disappointed
Well, I thought we were done.
Tell you what, she will look it up again and have it for us after these messages.
I hope so.
X96.
Let's retrace.
I have to go over to the stairwell here and tell Chainsaw Guy that we're ready for him.
To come over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll do that.
So this is usually it's a best question of the week, but this week it's Chainsaw Guy is going to be answering questions from you, our listeners. So Katie has some emailed with Chainsaw Guy. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm right here, ready to go.
All right. Well, then let's start.
Hey, wait, who's that?
That's Katie.
Oh, hey, Katie.
Long time no see.
I love Katie. You love haunted houses, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Well, we've worked together, actually, Katie. I was the chainsaw guy at your haunted house when you worked over there at the Nightmare on 13th.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep, all right. Well, I got a couple questions for you, sir.
Okay.
So, this one comes from Derek. It says, I know everyone is sick of hearing about COVID and the issues of mask wearing, but you being a person who wears a mask that I would assume would wear it always, what do you have to say to those people who believe this ridiculous idea that people cannot function normally with masks on?
Well, I don't know about functioning normally, but I know that mask wearing is very important. And I think if you find out an example and you can put your eye down with something, or if you don't put your eye down with something, you might take a bite. You gotta be careful. You're sitting there, you're because they're sort of, and then you get on the back. You can anywhere, we can have a chat. You can, but you gotta be careful. And let's be very careful. And watch out for the build-up of mold.
Oh.
Build-up of...
Mold.
What?
Mold.
Okay.
Behind the mask, you get some mold occasionally.
Okay.
All right. All right, I got another question then.
What?
So, what sort of advice could you give a guy who spent all of his rent money on lottery tickets, and now that rent is coming up and all of his money is in Chevron, he has no idea what to do?
Tough. Next question.
Next question.
Next.
Well, have anything to say about that? Come on.
You don't have anything to say
No,
about that?
never.
No? That's it?
You got to build up of mold.
All right, final question, sir.
Okay, I'm ready. Wait a minute.
Do you have a favorite chili recipe?
Do I ever? I'm telling you, what you do is you take your cans home and you get your can of pickle. And then, lay up on them and tilt and turn and turn. And then you take your cake off and and you take a my favorite recipe is that cans home and then you have, and then take a bag of food on and then to them, and then it's a Denison's. Delicious Denison's.
All right.
Canned chili.
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I know you've been super busy. This is your busy time of year, and for you to take just a few minutes with us every year at Halloween, it doesn't feel like Halloween unless we talk to you, and you are always so helpful and have great advice.
Well, thank you. I've got to go back and work on. I'm remodeling my rec room, you know.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I got to go back to work on that. I built a display case for all of my old Playboy magazines, and now I'm going to build a little rack where I can where I put all my Perry Como records.
Perry Como
Perry
records.
Como. Listen, you put on a Perry Como and open a Playboy. Can of Denison's and I'm set.
Okay.
See you later.
Happy Halloween,
Happy
Chainsaw Guy.
Halloween, sir.
Here, some more sexy men in People magazine's
So how many-
Sexiest Man Alive.
How many did they include?
11.
So it was
there's probably
Michael B. Jordan and was the sexiest man, and then we know
Yes.
that Dan Levy was on there.
Yes. And there's more than this is just the ones that they're highlighting. I think it's a magazine full of sexy men, Bill. you really should pick it up.
Sure.
So another one is my favorite superhero, Chris Evans, Captain America is in there. The Rock, Chris Rock.
He's really good in Fargo, by the way.
Yeah, he is.
Paul Rudd, Maluma, who is
I don't know who that is.
like he's
He makes balloon animals.
Colombian singer,
Coffee farmer.
songwriter.
Oh, okay.
Coffee farmer.
Well, I don't.
We have Paul Rudd, of course.
Yeah, you just said him.
I think he's on
He's
there.
he's so sexy. You just said him twice.
Yeah. We have John David Washington. Is that Denzel's son, I think?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
He was in Tenet.
He's coming on as
Brad Pitt, of course.
Of course. He should be the sexiest man every year.
Or they should just retire him.
Yeah, there are some they should retire.
Raise his jersey up into the stadium or whatever it is you do.
Manny Jacinto, he was on The Good Place. And
who was he on that show?
it just says the lovable dummy of The Good Place.
Oh,
says-
he's the kid from Jacksonville, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, no, isn't he's the one who everybody thinks is the deep Buddhist monk?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
yeah. But he's not. He's just dumb.
He's
And apparently, he's going to be in Top Gun Maverick. You know, if we ever get a chance to see that movie. Let's see who else. I don't know who this person is. Paul Mescal. He's in something. He's
He
in
makes tequila, doesn't he?
Normal People, which is a Hulu TV show. He's an Irish actor. Oh, that's why they like him. He's got an accent.
Okay.
Because he's not that cute. He must be cuter when he talks. That's it. That's all the list.
Well,
they
the
have
Irish
here.
accent makes everyone attractive. That's
Not
all.
everyone.
You just ruined it.
Well, I don't know.
Not everyone. Some of the shows I've been watching, no.
No?
So you had Captain America, you had Ant-Man, and Killmonger on that list.
Yeah. And you know, Killmonger is a bad guy that I get it. He's not just evil through and through. I get it. I get why he's upset. I get.
Well, of course.
Well,
I mean, he takes it too far, but
Of course, he takes it too far. I mean, his sentiment is correct, but his methods are unsound.
yeah.
You could sort of sympathize with Norman Bates in Psycho if you really think about it. I mean, he had a pretty bad childhood with that domineering mother.
Yeah.
So I get it. I mean, he's bad, but
Therapy, killing people.
Yeah.
They're close. But no, I mean, people make fun of me when I say it, but that Black Panther movie, it is darn right Shakespearean, that thing. I mean,
oh yeah, for
the
sure.
the whole movie. Yeah.
Have they decided what they're going to do yet?
No.
About no.
No, they haven't decided. They're looking at, he was the character, but at the same time they're like, but he just started. And
There's a whole lot of places they can go.
Well, there's a whole lot of places they wanted to take the character.
Yeah.
And but they're not comfortable with recasting it quite yet. Of course,
but
the
they
production.
could. That's what they'll do.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they recast it. I mean, as much as I love, I think they should recast it because there's so much potential for this character in the cinematic
Well,
universe.
they're
to
not
take
going to not do it. They're not going to just stop doing them, so they will recast it.
So yeah, they need to look at that. But
Or maybe
boy,
they could say they could cast somebody and say it's his brother.
Well, then they'd go with his sister if they were going to do that.
Well, and then there's that way too, because in the comics that's what happens: is his sister Shuri, she inherits the mantle of the Black Panther.
Oh well, there you go.
And I'd love to see that. I would totally love to see that. But, yeah, they need to... well, I guess you don't need to hurry because production on the film doesn't start for another year, so you don't need to worry about it for a while. But,
Is there only one Marvel movie in the can and ready to go?
Technically two. Black Widow is ready to go. It just needs a place to be shown. Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings wrapped production a bit ago, and I'm sure the effects are being done on that one. But it's the TV stuff that's ready to go. You're going to get WandaVision in January, and then Loki is done. That'll be next. And then Falcon and the Winter Soldier will come. A lot of that stuff is ready to go.
We just tripped and fell into a geek show is what we did just there.
All right. Well, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits. We are halfway through the 33rd week of Radio from Hell from Home, but that doesn't mean that you can skip Thursday's show.
Hell no. We always try to make the best of Thursdays with Geek News at 6:45 and Beat Gina at 7. Johnny is ready to be the announcer. Are you ready to listen?
I don't know, maybe, but I do know we have a Radio from Hell mask waiting for whoever has the guts to challenge me.
And then at 7:45, Mayor Aaron Mendenhall will be back for our Salt Lake Weekly Update, and Sean Means has some movies to review at 8.
It's all happening on Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That good?
Yep.
I think we got all our business taken care of, didn't we?
Yep.
Okay.
I got to go because I have to spend the rest of the day figuring out how I'm going to let Gina down tomorrow. You know. What? Uh-oh.
I just got excused, Meade.
No.
What?
Oh, no.
I forgot about the Eternals movie. It's done.
Oh.
Excuse me,
they're just wrapping up the special effects on that. The Eternals.
Wrapped up the special effects. It's ready to go.
So it'll be Black Widow, the Eternals, then Shang-Chi. Okay.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Don't you know these things?
Just got there's too many things for me to keep track of. I'm going to lose track of some.
And I have to keep track of only one thing. How am I going to let Gina down tomorrow?
All right. Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Bill, how are you going to let me down tomorrow?
I'll find a way.
Corey is next.